Mic check. Are you guys hearing me okay?
Yeah, we hear you.
Fantastic.
All right, everyone, it is 6 o'clock. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, terrific. Then I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is the September 10, 2025 meeting of the City of Pasco Hearing Examiner. My name is Andy Kotkamp. Pardon? Oh, I heard some background noise. My name is Andy Kotkamp, and I've been appointed by the City of Pasco to serve as a land use hearing examiner. My job is to render decisions, either recommended or final decisions on various items that are authorized to come before me. I'll consider any testimony and evidence presented at today's hearing, as well as all the written materials on file in order to make my decision. Now, although the hearing process has certain rules, I still have a procedure that I'm going to use, which is as follows. For each item, staff will present their report and make whatever recommendations they wish to make. Then the applicant or the applicant's representative will be given an opportunity to present their testimony and evidence. The applicant always has the burden of proof to show compliance with all the applicable rules and regulations. Then, if anybody from the public came to testify, I'll give you that chance to do so as well. And if there is any testimony in opposition to the project, I will give the applicant an opportunity to submit whatever rebuttal testimony they wish to make. Because the applicant has the burden of proof, the applicant has the last opportunity to present testimony and evidence. Now, if you are going to testify, I'll have you come up to that microphone at the front of the hearing room. I'll have you state your name and address, and then if you're going to give testimony, I'll swear you as a witness. I ask you to keep your testimony relevant to the application that we're talking about and not to other issues beyond the scope of the proposal. Except as provided by the Pasco Municipal Code regarding requests for reconsideration, my decision on the last two items, the special permits, are final and conclusive unless they are appealed by means of a land use petition action that have to be filed with Superior Court within 21 days of the date of the issuance of my decision. Now, on the zoning application, that is a recommendation that I make to City Council. It's not my decision is not subject to an appeal. It will only be a recommendation, and then when this gets to City Council, they will have what's called a closed record hearing, where they do not take any new testimony. The only testimony that will come tonight. And then City Council will make a final decision after reviewing all the evidence and my recommendation on this matter. So I've reviewed the items that are on tonight's agenda. I don't have any interest in any of the properties or other proposals to be heard, and I will be able to fairly and objectively consider all items. And outside of receiving and reviewing the staff report for each item, along with all the application materials and the noticing documents and comments that have come through, I've not had any communication regarding any of the items that are on today's agenda. So with those representations, if you do have an objection with me serving as the hearing examiner, if so, you need to either come forward, or if you're online, unmute yourself and state so at this time. All right, hearing none, we'll turn to the first item on today's agenda. This is the zoning request. This is where I make a recommendation, not a final decision. This is given application number Z2025-008. It's a recommendation to change the zoning on two parcels. There's a 17.19 acre parcel that would be requested to be rezoned from RT to RZ. And then there is a 2.18 parcel. That one is requested to be rezoned from RT, which is residential transition, this one to C1. So I'm going to admit into the record that staff report and all of the file materials that are in the file of record, and turn this matter over to staff for their presentation.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Examiner. My name is Ivan Baragon, Planner 3 with the City of Pasco. I am here to present rezone application Z2025-008 submitted by Tri-County Partners Habitat for Humanity on behalf of Washington State Department of Natural Resources with their signed authorization for the rezone recommendation to City Council. Next slide, please. The site is generally located south of Burden Boulevard, west of Road 68, and north of Interstate 182, partially within the area of the planned Road 76 overpass.
Mr. Bergen, I need to interrupt you because I don't see the PowerPoint you're showing. I don't know that that's critical that I see it, but I just want to put on the record that I'm not seeing it.
We're working on that now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. You can proceed.
Okay. So the site is generally located south of Burden Boulevard, west of Road 68, and north of Interstate 182, partially within the area of the planned Road 76 overpass. Specifically, the proposal includes parcel number 117-530-015, which is requested to be rezoned from RT residential transition to R3 medium density residential, and a portion of parcel number 117-500-118, which is requested to be rezoned from RT to C1 Retail Business District in Pasco, Washington. In the next few minutes, we will present a visual depiction of this rezone request. Next slide, please. The city's comprehensive plan designates parcel 117-530-015 as medium density residential, which allows for a variety of housing types at a density range of 6 to 20 dwelling units per acre, as outlined in Pasco Municipal Code PMC Table 25.215.015. Permitted zoning options within this designation include R2 medium density residential, R3, R4 high density residential, and RP residential park. The comprehensive plan designates the applicable portion of parcel 117-500-118 as commercial, which provides for neighborhood, community, and regional shopping and specialty centers, as well as business parks, service, and office uses as outlined in PMC Table 25.215.015. Permitted zoning options within this designation include O, office, BP, business park, C1, C2, central business, C3, general business, and CR, commercial regional. Next slide, please. So as mentioned before, here's the zoning map. The surrounding properties are zoned and developed with a mix of uses. To the north, the zoning includes C1 retail business, R4 high density residential, and R1 low density residential, developed with retail, townhomes, and single family detached housing. To the east, properties are zoned C1 and developed with retail uses including Lowe's, restaurants, a car wash, and a dental office. To the south lies Interstate 182, and to the west are areas zoned R1 with single-family detached housing, as well as Interstate 182. Parcel number 117-530-015 contains 17.19 acres, while the portion of parcel number 117-500-118 contains 2.81 acres, resulting in a total area of 20 acres. Next slide, please. The applicants have initiated the rezone process on behalf of the property owners. A recent boundary line adjustment BLA resulted in parcel 117-500-118 being split zoned, with the majority 11.68 acres designated C1 and a smaller portion transferred from parcel 117-530-015, retaining the RT designation. The current RT zoning of parcel 117-530-015, as well as the RT portion of parcel 117-500-118, is not consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. Approval of the requested rezones would bring both parcels into consistency with their comprehensive plan designation. Next slide, please. Pursuant to PMC 25.210.040, public notice was mailed on August 25, 2025 to each property owner of record within 300 feet of the proposed rezone. Pursuant to PMC 25.210.040, public notice for this hearing was published in the Tri-City Herald on August 27, 2025, in compliance with this requirement. Pursuant to PMC 25.210.060, number 2, the hearing examiner shall render a rezone recommendation to the City Council based on the findings and conclusions. The recommendation may be to approve with conditions, or approve with modifications or conditions, or deny the petition. The hearing examiner recommendation, including all findings and conclusions, shall be forwarded to the City Council at a regular business meeting. The proposed zoning designations are consistent with the comprehensive plan and aligned with the designated land use for the subject area. The City of Pasco is serving as the lead agency for this proposal with respect to environmental review. The City has determined this proposal to be exempt under Washington Administrative Code WAC 197.11.800, number 6, letter C, numbers 1, 2, and 3. With that, staff recommends granting R3 medium density residential zoning to parcel number 117-530-015, totaling 17.19 acres, as legally described in the September hearing examiner packet. Staff also recommends granting C1 Retail Business District zoning to the 2.81 acre portion of parcel number 117-500-118, as legally described in the September hearing examiner packet. The legal descriptions are also recorded in the official records of Franklin County, Washington, under auditor file number 2001822. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I don't have any questions for staff. Is the applicant ready to proceed? If so, you need to come forward. Good evening. I'll have you state your name and address, and then I'm going to put you under oath.
Sorry. My name is Jet Richardson. I'm the Executive Director with Tri-County Partners Habitat for Humanity. My address is 2021 Fairway Court in Richland.
What was your first name again?
Jet, like an airplane, J-E-T.
All right.
And I'm also joined by Carmela Murphy. She's with the Department of Natural Resources to answer any questions that you might have for her.
All right. Mr. Richardson, I'll have you raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You are here as an agent authorized to appear and speak on behalf of the applicant and property owner, is that correct?
I am.
All right, sir. It's the applicant's burden of proof. What would you like to tell me about this project?
Actually, I have nothing else to add at this time. We completely agree with the staff report and their findings. Just wanted to make myself available to answer any questions that you may have or anyone from the audience.
All right, we don't take questions from the audience, but if they have questions for you
Here to
afterwards,
rebuttal
certainly.
any statement that they may have.
All right. Thank you very much. I do not have any questions.
Thank you.
We'll turn this over to the public now. Did any member of the public that is present in the hearing room come to testify on this matter? If so, just go ahead and come forward. Yes, sir. And have you state your name and address, and then I'll put you under oath, and then I'll ask you, what do you want to tell me?
My name is John Varela. I live at 7602 Quadra Drive, just north of the proposed development.
Okay, how do you spell your last name, sir?
V as in Victor, Alpha, Romeo, Echo, Lima, Alpha.
All right, I got confused. V-A-L-R.
V as in Victor, A-R-E-L-A.
All right, got it. All right, sir, could you raise your right hand for me? And do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
Correct, I do.
All right, sir, what would you like to tell me?
I've lived here for about 5 years. We have a lot of wildlife in that field out there, hawks, a bunch of different things that we got going on. The other thing that's a major concern is I've looked in some of these other cases for Habitat for Humanity, along with DNRs, and what I've seen in those other cases, I'm not specific on this one, is that the DNR will lease out the land. My question is, that land, if it's leased, those individuals who are residents, in my mind, I don't know if someone can straighten me out, but it would sound as though they wouldn't pay taxes on some of those land pieces, right? So DNR, to my knowledge, doesn't pay taxes on that land either. So the neighborhood in the surrounding area, this is more of a question, would be slammed with paying for utilities and everything else, all the roads and everything in that area. The other thing that I noticed is you guys said it would be 6 to 20 homes per acre. Doing the math, that's going to be anywhere between 102 residents to 340 residents, more or less. Okay, so what my concern is having a child, having a family, and a bunch of the other children running around the neighborhood. We already have incredibly awful driving individuals who drive crazy around that area. Right there on the corner of 76 and Burden, we've had at least one wreck, a month, if not one every other month at that spot due to people speeding, not caring about, people living there. So in my mind, it's going to get worse as we have more people living there. So what are we going to be doing about that? Is there going to be a stoplight put in there? Is there going to be a roundabout put in? What is some of the plans that they end up having for that? The other thing that I end up having is it's just a lot of people. That's most people who live in a home have one car. That's anywhere between 107 new cars to 340. Most people have 2 cars for each residence nowadays, so we can double some of those numbers we look at. That's more wear and tear on the road in the area of these people. If they're not paying taxes, they're not going to be paying to upkeep the roads or anything like that as well. It's going to be for all the homeowners in the area to kind of, be taxed more potentially. these are some concerns that we end up having. The HOA that is just north of the proposed development there, we already have issues with, people coming through and causing a lot more crime, leaving abandoned vehicles, drug use, needles on the ground, things like that. I'm not saying that these new individuals moving in, if the development goes forward, are going to do that, but a lot of times these things are commonly found in low-income areas, which I understand that Habitat for Humanity allows those individuals to pay for their home. I understand they choose those individuals, but what happens when those people move out of those homes and then someone else moves in? I'm looking further down the road, not immediate, right? I'm sure a lot of these homes and families will be very gracious and deserving of having the opportunity to own a home, but in that area we have so many problems already that no one has gone to address. Along with that, the corner of Burden and 76, whenever it rains more than what's normal for our area, we have incredible amounts of standing water there. The city has to come out and pump the water every time that there's a lot of rain. So those are other issues as far as utilities, as far as city, as far as those things go. What are we going to be doing to make sure that that doesn't happen? I live right there on the corner. Before I moved there, I had heard a story of someone blowing right through 76 and taking out my deck. What if I was out there with my dog or, my kid or anything like that? That's only going to get worse as we have more people over there. This is a, Department of Natural Resources land, and I believe it should stay that way. There are a lot of animals in that area that live and run around. Sorry it's a lot, and sorry I seem to be rambling. It's a little frustrating to see all that, and then, we come over here and, hopefully be able to speak our piece, and hopefully some people can understand where we're coming from as homeowners in that area.
All right, thank you very much for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
Was there anybody else that's present in the hearing room that wishes to offer any testimony tonight? Your name and address, please?
I'm Nancy Cook, and I live at 724 West J, but I'm here for my daughter and grandson who live at 7704 Quadra.
Is it Cook, C-O-O-K?
Yeah, and my daughter's name is Laura Cook, and my grandson is Malik Cook.
I'll have you raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What would you like to tell me?
Well, my concern is just like his. It's the traffic. How are they going to control the traffic in that area? Quadra is already like a speed zone when people go down that street. Cars get hit, sideswiped. There's little kids across the street. There's animals there. And they have got Pasco does not design their streets well at all. They have got the biggest traffic jams. The only way to get out of Walmart by a light is if you go to Wrigley. And then you got to contend with Road 68. And it is a nightmare waiting to happen. I don't know how all those people that live in those houses, how do you intend to get them out, especially when you want to build an overpass on Road 76 and you want to put a new Walmart in right down the road. I'm not Walmart, a Goodwill. You've already impacted that area so much, and there's other places in Pasco that they could build. It's a nightmare to live there. And if the people that are doing this would check it out more instead of just wanting to make some money and sell some land, they could look elsewhere. Like, why don't they look across the street by Chapel Hill and I-82? That's all empty field. We have people in those condos that will it take the value of their condos down? It's just, and to get out of the driveway on Quadra, the cars, there's so many cars already. When you go to get out of the driveway, you have to literally nose out like 3 feet in order to see if it's clear to get onto Quadra. Because the cars are really, their back of their car is right at the driveway. Now, if you have a house in Pasco and you want to build a fence, you have to build down 3 feet so you can see around the corner. They don't do that there because there's so many cars already. And you put more people out there in more cars. It's a nightmare. If you think they have accidents now, there's going to be a lot more. And you can't get out of Walmart or Lowe's without taking a chance with your life when you go to jump out. Because when they come around the corner of 76 on the Burden, they don't come around that corner at a slow pace. And they don't take it going around the corner to get on 76 either. So you're coming around 76 and taking an immediate left on Quadra. And that's where all the mailboxes are. People are parked there to go check their mail. They're just looking for way more wrecks there. So I'm here on behalf of my daughter and my grandson to ask about that issue. And more pets are going to be brought into the area, and there's already pets that are running all over the streets there, getting hit by cars. They need to build a dog park there, or something else other than 304 houses, and whatever else they plan on building. So I think they could look in a lot of other areas besides right there. But that's my concern, is the traffic, the snarl of traffic. It's a nightmare. To get from Court Street sometimes up to Burden, you are literally at stop and go, just stop. And the people coming off of Interstate 82 at Hanford traffic, getting off work, it's a nightmare there too. They actually stop out on I-82 so they can move over to get to the exit on 68 because the people are in a hurry to get home. The traffic is backed up. So the overpass is maybe a good idea, but not building more homes. So that's my concern. But how are they going to handle that? Okay?
All right. Thank you very much for coming out tonight.
Yeah.
Just for everybody's knowledge, there's no project action involved with this. This is a rezone application. So if there is any actual development on the property, that will be subject to additional permitting, most likely additional hearings, and additional decisions. So anybody else from the public that's in the room that wishes to offer any testimony tonight? All right, I see one person online. Ms. Zuppiger, did you wish to offer any testimony on this tonight?
I don't have any comments, thank you.
Thank you. So is there anything further from staff?
Oh, Mr. Examiner.
All right, is there anything further from the applicant? If so, you can come up and state what you would like to. Again, your name, please.
Hi, again, my name is Jet Richardson.
Hey, sir, you're still under oath. What do you want us to tell me?
Well, there's not much that I want to rebuttal, just that I can't speak to the traffic and density as that is not under the purpose of this hearing. When we do come up with a plan for the site, then of course we will work with the city on all those aspects of what we design for that site, and making sure that it's appropriate for that space. The two things I did want to mention that were brought up, the issue of taxes by the first gentleman is simply not true. Habitat families, like all low-income families, still pay taxes. Those taxes are paid through either the leaser of the property or the owner. So taxes will be paid. Just want to make sure that's clear. And also the issue of just the low-income residents. So Habitat for Humanity works with moderately low-income families and individuals for home ownership. They have to meet minimum criteria, including stable employment, and be able to pay back a low-interest mortgage. These are not subsidized houses in the sense that other low-income housing is considered. These houses are bought and paid for by the families and individuals living in them. And those families and individuals want to see a return on their investment just like any other homeowner in the neighborhood or nearby. Bringing up low income as just an argument to not to do a project certainly does come with stigmas attached with other low-income areas that I won't deny, but for Habitat for Humanity, we vet our families extremely well, and we don't have these problems because our families are looking for 30-year-long investments. they want to see their families grow and mature. They're not looking to turn their houses, flip their houses quickly. They'll be there for the long term. So any other questions or comments related to Habitat for Humanity, the families that we work with and the programs that we have, I am happy to make myself available to any member of the audience that wants to learn more about that and make sure that is clear for them. In that regard, I will stop. Sorry. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. With that, everybody, what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the public record. I'll have my recommended decision out within the next 10 working days. Turn to the next item on today's agenda. This is one of the special permits on the agenda tonight. This is SP 2025-012. This is an application to amend an existing used car lot special permit to add an additional 4,000 square foot shop to be used for the storage of vehicles. This relates to property located within the city of Pasco that is more specifically described in the staff report as well as on all the application materials. Now, for the record, I will admit into the record that staff report, all the application materials, all the noticing documents, the comments that have come through. Indeed, I'll admit the entire planning staff file into the record and turn this matter over to staff for their presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Examiner. My name's Aaron Gunderson, the planner 2 and kind of the main project manager for the special permit. Before I begin, I just want to point out there was a couple minor corrections that need to be placed into the record for the staff report. The first one is on page 1 under the land use and zoning. The correction is that that it has an existing used car dealership. It's not vacant. Sorry about that. And then on page 2.
Well, just a second. I gotta find this because I'm gonna need to.
Oh.
So on number 4.
So it's on page 1 on the staff reports in the background section under number 4.
Okay.
So that is currently vacant. It's actually supposed to be is an existing used car dealership.
Okay, let me finish my notes.
Okay.
All right, and where else?
Yeah, and then on page 2, under site, the correct square footage for the offices for the used car dealership is approximately 2,158 square feet, not the 231 or whatever that was on there.
So what's the number, the correct number?
It's approximately about 2,158 square feet.
So replace that with the 231, or take out 231 and replace it with that?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
And what else do you have?
And then the last one is further on page 2 in the staff findings of fact, number 5. The correct square footage amounts to 6,158 square feet.
6,000 what?
158 square feet.
Instead of the 4,331?
Yeah. So,
All right, thank you very much.
yeah, so, all right. So, we'll go to the slide. Sorry. So the timeline of the project is on August 5th, 2025, the application was submitted. August 15th, 2025, application was deemed complete. August 27th, 2025, notice of public hearing for SP 2025-012 was posted on the City of Pasco website, published in Tri-City Herald newspaper, mailed to properties within 300 feet of the proposal. And on September 3rd, 2025, a public hearing for a staff report was published. So the property is located in the southwest corner of West Court Street and North 4th Avenue, with the address of 1424 West 4th Avenue, parcel number 112-011-019. And the property is approximately 0.91 acres, or approximately 39,755.56 square feet. Property has access from both West Court Street and North 4th Avenue, and water and sewer service are available from West Court Street. Property is owned C1 retail business and currently has an existing used car dealership on it. Surrounding properties are zoned and developed as follows. So both the north, east, south, and west are zone C1 retail business. The comprehensive plan land use designation for the property is commercial. Comprehensive plan land use density table states that commercial is to provide a neighborhood, community, and regional shopping and specialty centers, business parks, service, and office uses. The special permit is exempt from SEPA due to the project meeting the exemption requirements in WAC 197-11-800 1B4. Slide. So the applicant proposes to amend existing used car lot dealership or used dealership special permit SP 2017-020 to add an approximate 4,000 square foot shop for storage of cars. Approximately 2,158 square feet of the 39,799 square foot site is currently used for the offices of the used car dealership. There's a food truck stand located within the northwest corner of the site. Applicant is proposing to add an approximate 4,000 square foot shop behind the used car lot dealerships for the storage of cars. The site has been part of the city since at least the annexation correction ordinance of 1921, so ordinance number 319. The zoning for the property was originally designated R1 residential when zoning was established in 1938 through ordinance 435. The zoning was changed to the current zoning of C1 retail business back in 1950 through ordinance 678. In 2018, a special permit SP 2017-020 was filed and approved for the location of a used auto sales dealership for the site. Features included offices for the business and parking for customers and vehicles for sale. Applicant, of course, has proposed to add an additional 4,000 square foot shop to the property for storage of cars. The addition of a shop is considered a major amendment to the original approved special use permit. So land use regulations, per PMC 25.85.0402, car dealerships may operate upon issuance of a special permit within the C1 retail business district. Per PMC 25.195.0206, the hearing examiner has the authority to make decisions on land use decisions described in PMC 2.50.080, such as special permits. Slide. So as per Pasco Municipal Code 25.200.080, upon conclusion of open market hearing examiner shall make and enter findings from the record and conclusion thereof as to whether or not number one, the proposal is in accordance with the goals, policies, objectives, maps, and or narrative text of the comprehensive plan. So the economic development goal 1, maintain economic development as an important ongoing city initiative. Policy A1 in particular is promoting an environment which supports the development and expansion of business opportunities. Constructing a shop will further support the current business operations on the site. This could lead to further development and expansion of business opportunities, both on-site and within the community. Economic development goal number 2, assure appropriate location design of commercial industrial facilities. Policy 2B, encourage a development of a wide range of commercial and industrial uses strategically located near major transportation corridors or facilities and in close proximity to existing or proposed utility infrastructure while supporting local and regional needs. The used car dealership is adjacent to 2 arterial roads and is located directly off Ben Franklin Transit Route number 3. Finding fact number 2, proposal will not inadvertently affect public infrastructure. An addition of a shop for the storage of cars would not cause an increase of traffic enough to impact public infrastructure. Finding fact 3, the proposal will be constructed, maintained, and operated to be in harmony with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity. The proposed shop would still be in keeping with the current commercial use that is on the site and for the properties located north, east, south, and west. Building design would be required to meet Pasco Municipal Code. Finding fact 4, the location and height of proposed structures and the site design will discourage the development of permitted use on properties in general vicinity or in a pair of the value thereof. The C1 zoning district allows for building heights up to 35 feet. The maximum height of the structure will be required to meet the C1 building height limit. Operations or finding fact 5, operations in connection with the proposal will be more objectionable to nearby properties by reason of noise, fumes, vibrations, dust, traffic, or flashing lights than would be the operation of any permitted uses within the district. The proposed shop addition to the existing used car lot will not likely be more objectionable to nearby properties by reason of noise, fumes, vibrations, dust, traffic, or flashing lights than would be the operation of any permitted uses within the district. Finding fact 6, the proposal will endanger public health or safety if located and developed or proposed or in any way become a nuisance to uses permitted in district. The proposal is required to adhere to the PMC, including provisions such as the outdoor lighting and noise ordinance. If there were to be violations of these codes, then code cases or remediating steps will be issued and undertaken. Additionally, use will be subject to periodic reviews for compliance with conditions imposed under the special permit. Slide. So, approval conditions. The special permit shall apply to parcel number 112-011-019 and any subsequent subdivisions thereof. 2, the site plan shall be developed in substantial conformity to the special use permit application, site plan, and any building plan submitted. 3, any subsequent changes in use of the property or building which may require additional review and or new special use permits. And condition 4 is the applicant shall adhere to all federal, state, and city zoning, building, fire, and safety codes. Staff recommends approval of the amendment of a special use permit located at 1424 North 4th Avenue, parcel number 112-011-019, to construct a shop for the used car dealership with conditions as herein proposed.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Gunderson. Is the applicant ready to proceed? If so, please come forward. How are you?
Hey, pretty good.
All right, and can you tell me your name, please?
Manuel Mendoza.
Manuel? Is it M-A-N-U-A-L or E-L?
It's Manuel.
E-L, okay. And Mendoza?
It's Mendoca.
All right, sir, I'm going to have you raise up your right hand for me. Have you had do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. And you're here as an agent authorized to appear and speak on behalf of the applicant and property owner, is that correct?
Yes, he's my son.
All right. And Mr. Mendoza, have you had a chance to review the staff report? And if you've reviewed it, do you have any objections to what was in the staff report?
I don't. I didn't review it up close, but I heard him right now talking about it, and it sounds good.
Okay. There are some proposed conditions of approval that Mr. Gunderson talked about. Do you have any objection to any of those?
What were those?
The conditions of approval that were read by staff.
Yeah, I could read them real quick. So the first condition is the special permit shall apply to parcel number 112-011-019, which is the parcel we're talking about.
Okay.
Any subsequent subdivisions thereof. The approval condition number 2 is the site plan shall be developed in substantial conformity to the special use permit application, site plan, and any building plan submitted. Third condition is any subsequent changes in the use of property or building may require additional review and or new special use permits. And then the fourth condition is the applicant shall adhere to all federal, state, and city zoning, building, fire, and safety codes.
Okay, I agree. I'm fine with that.
Okay. So those are my basic questions. What else would you like to tell me about your project, or your son's project?
Not much. It's just since we opened up the car dealership as family owned, you always gotta dream big of something else, and basically us building this shop is basically like a dream for us. We also like to work like in classic cars, and we like to make them like part of our business too, to attract customers and stuff like that. So we basically just needed something like that to accomplish the desire or dream of ours. That's just it.
All right, so you plan to use this as a garage?
Yeah, to put cars in there.
I mean, are you going to do work on cars in there? Are you going to do mechanical work and engine work and body work?
No, we're not gonna do like with the car lot that we have, we do have a bay, but it's a small one. But even though we have that small bay, we don't do like car cleaning. We don't do mechanic work there because it's just dirty, and we do understand that we're like in one of a real important corner, that is so visible, that we won't do no mechanic work there,
All right, I'm going to ask Mr. Gunderson a question real quick. With this permit, are they allowed to do, for example, I know he said they're not going to do mechanical work, but can they do mechanical work? Can they do body work? Can they do painting in there? Or just storage of cars?
My understanding from talking with the applicant when in the process of submitting application was it's purely for the storage of cars.
All right, you understand that, Mr. Mendoza?
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. All right, anything else, Mr. Mendoza, you'd like to add?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you very much for coming in.
So
You did a good job.
Thank you. You guys have a blessed night.
You too. Is there any member of the public that came to speak on this matter? All right, is there anything further from staff?
Mr. Examiner, I just want to clarify, you asked a question about whether the applicant would be allowed to do some of those activities, and generally the zoning could consider it under an additional special use permit, but that's not what's under request this evening, so at this point they're basically limited to storage.
So no mechanical or body work under this particular permit, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Mendoza, anything you wanted to add based on that comment?
No, I don't.
You don't have to. If you want to, you need to come forward, but you don't have to.
I don't. Thank you so much.
Nothing? Okay. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to close the public record then, Mr. Mendoza, and I'll have a written decision made within the next 10 working days.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for coming. All right, we're down to the last item on today's agenda, and this is also a special permit. It is given application number SP 2025-013, which is an application to establish a church with daily services. The property is located within City of Pasco. That is more specifically described in the staff report, as well as in all the application materials. At this time and by this reference, I will admit into the record the staff report, all the application materials, all the comments that have come through. I'll admit the entire planning staff file and turn this matter over to staff for their presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Hearing Examiner. My name is Aaron Gunderson. I'm the main project manager for the special permit. So the timeline, we'll start here with the timeline for the special permit is the application was submitted on July 6, 2025. The application was deemed incomplete on July 17, 2025. And then on August 19th, 2025, the application was deemed complete after revision submitted. On August 27, 2025, notice of public hearing for 2025-013 was posted on the City of Pasco website, published in the Tri-City Herald newspaper, and mailed to properties within 300 feet of the proposal. And on September 3rd, 2025, public hearing of staff report was published. So the general location of the property is addressed at 330 West Clark, number 105, parcel number 112034325, and property size is 0.33 acres or 14,510.19 square feet. The property has access from West Clark Street to the north and an adjacent alleyway located between West Clark and West Lewis Street to the south. Municipal water is available on West 3rd Avenue and the adjacent alleyway to the south. Municipal sewer is available in the alleyway to the south. Site is currently served with both municipal water and sewer. The property is zoned C2 Central Business and is currently developed. Surrounding properties are also zoned C2 Central Business and have commercial development. The comprehensive plan designates site as commercial. Commercial designation allows for O, B, BP, C1, C2, C3, and RCR zoning districts that may be developed with neighborhood, community and regional shopping, and specialty centers, business parks, service, and office use. The special permit is exempted from SEPA due to the project meeting the exemption requirements of WAC 197.11.806B. Slide. So the applicant proposes to operate a church within an existing building tenant space that is currently being used for offices for local businesses. The entire site is covered by an existing building that hosts multiple tenant spaces. Site has on-street parking on the West Clark Street frontage and additional parking in the back alleyway that may be utilized by patrons. The property is located within the downtown Pasco overlay district and is exempt from off-street parking requirements per PMC 25.95.0401A. The site was originally platted as part of the city's town plat back in 1889 under lots 8, 7, and 6 of Block 23. In 1983, the 3 lots were then converted into two lots through short plat 83-5. The site was originally signed the C1 zoning designation in 1938 as part of the city's original zoning ordinance through ordinance number 435. The site was subsequently rezoned to C2 in 1947 through ordinance 605. The building existing on site today was constructed in 1970 and is approximately 9,425 square feet in size. The building currently houses 5 commercial tent spaces. In July of 2025, our office received a special use permit for the operation of a church for one of the tent spaces. Applicant is requesting to convert one of the existing tent spaces into a church where daily services of praise and worship will be conducted. The applicant was originally flagged due to issues with the application, lack of site/floor plans, and overpayment of fees. On August 19, 2025, the associated issues with the initial application submittal were addressed and deemed complete. So various land use regulations per Pasco Municipal Code 25.200.010, unclassified uses due to their nature are deemed to require special review to consider on a case-by-case basis, their impacts on adjacent uses, uses within the vicinity, and the infrastructure which would serve them. Unclassified uses may be permitted within any district where not otherwise prohibited. Per PMC 25.200.0203, churches shall be considered unclassified uses and as such require special permit review. Per PMC 25.90.0505 and as defined in PMC 25.15.050, community service facilities level 2 are including but not limited to drug abuse and alcoholic treatment centers, halfway houses, charitable organizations, nonprofit service groups, juvenile care and treatment centers, crisis residential centers, correctional work releases, correctional institutions, juvenile delinquency homes and facilities, any and all facilities for incarceration or detainment, temporary shelters, emergency housing facilities, community service housing, missions, community kitchens, food banks, or any other similar uses which provide social health and welfare services for citizens, except any such use which limits the activity solely to organizational or administrative office functions, whereby the actual community services provided elsewhere shall be excluded. The church will not be able to operate any functions that fall under any category of uses included in this definition. Per PMC 25.195.0206, hearing examiner has authority to make decisions on land use decisions described in PMC 2.50.080, such as special permits. Slide. As per PMC 25.200.080, upon conclusion of the open record hearing, hearing examiner shall make and enter findings from the record and conclusions thereof as to whether or not, condition number 1, the proposal is in accordance with the goals, policies, objectives, maps, and or narrative text of the comprehensive plan. Land use goal 1, take deliberative, consistent, continuous action to improve the community quality of life. Within that, you have policy 1D, land uses should be permitted subject to adopted standards designed to mitigate land use impacts on adjacent, less intensive uses while preserving constitutionally protected forms of expression. The establishment of a church in the central downtown area, nearby social services, residential and transit lines will help to mitigate potential transportation and parking impacts that a church can bring. An additional mitigation is that the C2 zone prohibits community service level 2 facilities, which prohibits any entry from offering services that could negatively impact surrounding properties while preserving a constitutionally protected form of expression. Land use goal 4, increase community access through proper land use planning. Policy 4F in particular, support mixed use, smart growth, infill, and compact developments with transit and pedestrian amenities that promote a healthy community. Having a church located near downtown encourages both pedestrian and transit options within the area, with it leading to a healthier community. Economic development goal 1, maintain economic development as an important ongoing city initiative. So policy 1F in particular is support, encourage residential/commercial mixed-use development that provides neighborhood shopping and services and promote walkable neighborhoods. Having a church located in downtown could help promote a neighborhood feel and lead to more businesses and residences to develop within the area. So finding fact condition number 2, the proposal will adversely affect public infrastructure. Accesses to the site are established and includes items such as curb, gutter, sidewalk, and street lighting. Utilities are available to site and have been designed and constructed to accommodate current uses. Proposal will not increase the need for infrastructure improvements and is unlikely to adversely impact the existing infrastructure. Finding fact 3, the proposal will be constructed, maintained, and operated to be in harmony with the existing intended character of the general vicinity. The properties in the general vicinity are primarily commercial. The site has limited records for the history of use, but is currently characterized as office space. The proposed use of the church would align with existing or intended character. Other churches have been approved via special permit in the general vicinity. Finding fact condition 4, the location and height of proposed structures and the site design will discourage the development of permitted uses on property in the general vicinity or impair the value thereof. The proposed use will be contained within an existing building and tenant space. The space historically used as office space. A conversion to a church, though not prohibited, may impact the general vicinity. This is due to an increase in traffic during service hours. The operations in connection with the proposal will be more objectionable nearby properties by reason of noise, fumes, vibrations, dust, traffic, or flashing lights than would be the operation of any permitted use within district. The C2 zoning districts permits a variety of uses in PMC 25.90.020. Proposed use of a church is likely less intense than many of the uses allowed and currently existing in the general vicinity. The proposal will endanger public health or safety located and develop or propose or in any way become a nuisance to uses permitted in district. The proposal is required to adhere to the PMC, including provisions such as the outdoor lighting and noise ordinances. If there were to be violations to these codes, then code cases or remediating steps will be issued and undertaken. Additionally, the use will be subject to periodic reviews for compliance with conditions imposed under the special permit. Slide. So for approval conditions, the first condition is the special permit shall apply to parcel number 112-034-325, any subsequent subdivisions thereof. Condition 2, any modification or change in the nature, intensity, or character or intensity used may require additional review and or special use permits. Condition 3, the applicant shall adhere to all federal, state, and city zoning, building, fire, and safety codes. Staff recommends approval of special use permit located at 330 West Clark Street, SEP 105, parcel number 112034325, to allow for an operation of a church within an existing building with conditions as herein proposed.
All right, thank you very much. I do have one question. So I understand that there are 5 tenant spaces within this structure, and on your recommendation here on the slide, it says this will be Suite 105. Do you know how big that suite is?
Not on top of my head, no. I don't know. I know, yeah, I have like the space as far as the full structure, but not particularly what that tenant space is. I know for certain that it covers about half the building, because if I recall right, because the 3 other units tend to be more located on, I believe, the left side. But yeah, the main unit, I think, controls about half of that, and that's kind of where they're proposing to be located at.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Well, I do have one more question. Is there an occupancy limit then? I mean, most permits that I have with churches, they have occupancy limits based upon bench space or seating or whatever. Is there any kind of an occupancy restriction on this property?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Examiner. This is Craig Raymond, Deputy Director for CED. The building code and fire code will indeed dictate the total occupancy limit based on not only, the assembly space, or which would be the sanctuary, or even like meeting rooms or classrooms. They carry their own classification for total occupancy. So yes, there will be a complete, or a total occupancy limit for the facility once all those details are reviewed by the building department.
And then I'm going to ask the applicant this, but I might as well get staff to confirm this. This is not approval for a school. Is not part of this. Is that correct?
That's correct. There may be some accessory instruction that would be customary for a church occupancy, but to the best of our knowledge, they're not submitting a request for like a K through 12 or, something like that.
Okay. And if they were, then additional permitting would be required.
There would be a lot more information to talk about.
Okay. All right, is the applicant ready to proceed? Sir, can you come on up, state your name and address, and then I'll swear you in as a witness.
Oh, my name is Manuel. Last name is Pantaleon, Pantaleon.
Okay, I got it. All right, so what's your address, sir?
My address is 650 George Washington Way, Richmond, Washington.
All right, sir, I'll have you raise your right hand now. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
Agree.
All right, and you are here as an agent authorized to appear and speak on behalf of the applicant tonight, is that correct?
Yes, I'm on behalf of the Universal Church.
All right, and you heard the staff report. Do you have any disagreement with Mr. Gunderson's staff report?
No. Everything that, whatever is required of the city, the Universal Church will agree to it and will supply the need.
So those conditions that he read, you agree to those as well?
The conditions of the...
Yeah, there were a few conditions. He read them at the end of his staff report about that you have to comply with?
Yes.
Okay, great. So with that out of the way, what else would you like to tell me about the project?
The project of the Universal Church, since we help the people, and it's not profit organization, families, and no discrimination, everybody's welcome. Through this church, I was part of that work. I was lost, I was, depressed, and we work with people with family, depression, addictions. And besides that, we also help the community around us. We help them in certain way as family as well. So with this project, it will help a lot of community members of the city. And like I said, it's not powerful, and also everybody, no discrimination or race or none of that. Everybody's welcome to this place. That was the reason why we want to do this project.
But you understand you can't have a school or a daycare there or
No,
uses
yeah.
like that without having more permits.
Yeah, understood.
And do you know how big the square footage is of the area that you're going to be having the church and school, or having the church and using?
Right now, I'm kind of like downloading I see that we saw in the main room, it's 30 feet, in total is 68 feet wide and 90 feet long in the main room. In the back, in the rooms by the parking lot in the back, we have 2 rooms that is 15 feet wide and 10 feet long. So the capacity, it's the most like 40 people max. And our services, most people from our main service at 7:30, and most people is 15. We have 3 services from Monday through Sunday except Saturdays. Services at 10 and services at 4. But those services really, those people that don't work, for example, we have like around 2 or 3 max people. And some of these people come from bus or their own transportation.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming in tonight. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, that's all.
All right. It was very nice to meet you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming in.
As well.
I note for the record that there are no members of the public within the hearing room. Is there anything further from staff?
Nope.
All right, then. What I'm going to do is I will close the public record portion of this hearing. I'll have my written decision made within the next 10 working days. This was the last item on tonight's agenda, so I'm now going to adjourn this September 10, 2025 meeting of the Pasco Hearing Examiner. Hope everybody has a very enjoyable rest of your week. This meeting's now adjourned.
Yup. So that's the proportionality that's required under the law, meaning that you're not charging new development more than its specific impact based upon that formula. Once you get to that point, you need to apply credits. So you have to apply credits for any state school construction assistance program dollars expected to be applied to the project. And then importantly, credits that a new homeowner will pay towards that same capacity improvement. So you need to anticipate bond payments that will be made towards that new middle school project and credit that against the impact fee. Once we get to the bottom, after applying those credits, we then apply automatically that 25% discount to bring it to a final fee. So, I've alluded to this, but there have been changes between 2022 and 2025 in that the fee has decreased for both single family and multifamily dwelling units. And there's some important reasons for this. In the 2022 Capital Facilities Plan, on which the existing fee is based, there were projects at the elementary grade level and projects at the high school level. Those projects all identified to serve new growth that was happening within the 6 years. Those projects all, again, are at completion or near completion, And while they've all been built in such a way that they will continue to provide new capacity over the next 6 years, meaning that any new students coming into the system at the elementary or the high school level will benefit from the voters' front funding of capacity at those schools. Because those projects are near completion, the district is removing those from the fee formula and now looking to that near-term future planning, which is the middle school project. So now there's just a middle school project in that formula. And the important thing to keep in mind is that the middle school student generation rate on its own is much lower than an elementary school project and a high school project. So just in the fact that it's just a middle school project, that drives a lower cost per dwelling unit. And what is even more curious here, but it is the operation of the formula, is that the cost per dwelling unit for a single family unit is less than the cost credit that the single family tax payment will provide against that fee, meaning that the tax credit component nullifies the fee in its entirety. So you have a fee of 0 for single family. And then for multifamily, the impact per dwelling unit is lower than what it has been in recent years, but the tax credit does not nullify it in the same way that it does for the single family dwelling unit. So where we get to through that formula are fees that look, instead of $4,700 per single family unit, which you've seen in the past, we're at 0 per single family unit. And instead of just at about $4,500 for multifamilies, we're just under $2,600 for multifamily units, and that's per dwelling unit. This is something that I think really validates why school districts update these plans regularly, because you want them to be current to development impacts at the time that you've adopted the plan and at the time the fee is charged. And so this is something that in 2 years, it may look different, depending on what projects the district has identified as growth related at that time. This was in your packet. It's the School District Policy 9223, and this is just the school district statement that it will seek school mitigation through all legal means, and it has applied this with both the city and the county over the years. And the policy itself recognizes the City of Pasco School Impact Fee Ordinance, and it also recognizes that while Franklin County does not currently have a School Impact Fee Ordinance, it will continue to request that they adopt one. Obviously, we're here for review by you at the Pasco City Council. The district will continue its requests to Franklin County related to adoption of the Capital Facilities Plan and a School Impact Fee Ordinance. And until the time that the county should do that, the school district will continue to seek school mitigation through the State Environmental Policy Act process, which it has been doing now for several years. And touching on that, just the difference between Growth Management Act impact fees and State Environmental Policy Act mitigation fees, there's some key differences I think that are important to highlight. For impact fees, they're applicable to all residential units. They are something that happens when building permits are issued. They are known when a fee ordinance is adopted, so there's planning that can take place for payment of that along with all other permit fees. With SEPA mitigation fees, they are secured through the SEPA review process, and so there is some uncertainty at the front end. Often a developer will have to wait to see the school district's comments. There may be some negotiation, there may be an appeal process, and so there is less predictability through that process, in addition to the fact that there are SEPA exemption levels, meaning that there are only certain projects that the district can actually request mitigation fees for, and those are projects that are subject to SEPA review. So I am happy to take any questions. I know that was a lot of information.
Excellent. Mr. Harpster. One question, excuse me, related to the end of that discussion. The fee is assessed at time of permitting. So then let's say there's a plat that was approved last year, but the building permits aren't applied for until this year. After this date, do they then pay the fee that's in place at the time of building permit, or is it retroactive when the plat was applied for?
They pay the fee at the time of building permit. So impact fees don't vest in the way that other development regulations do.
And so then that would be the same case for projects or developers that have done mitigation agreements?
A little bit different for mitigation agreements. They actually are locked in place earlier in the process.
Okay. Similarly related, sort of off topic, besides the new construction of middle school number 5, are there plans to remodel any existing middle schools like McLaughlin?
There are plans. I might ask one of my school district friends to come up and talk a little bit more about that, but there are plans to do some elementary school modernization work, and then there is at least 2 middle school related projects. Yeah, you want to jump in, Michelle?
So thank you for the question. We are currently working through the process of obtaining our long-term facilities management plan, and in that plan, it does focus on modernization and replacement of elementary schools, potential modernization of McLaughlin Middle School. So that plan will go to our board at the end of June with scheduled adoption at the beginning of the fall. There will be a public process that's coming up within the next few months where community will have an opportunity to give us feedback around that plan. But the board's direction to us is to have a long-term facilities management plan that outlines 3 bonds 4 years apart from now until 2040, which I will be retired by then. So.
Okay. It sounded like it's for sure elementary schools, potentially McLaughlin. Is that right? Okay. And how is that? Again, I know I'm getting a little off topic. How is that identified? Because, Ochoa was only built 20 years or so ago. Stevens has been essentially rebuilt, and then the other ones are newer. McLaughlin, to my knowledge, has had no significant remodels since it was built.
Sure.
So it would seem that's a greater need than elementary school remodels. Just wondering how that's determined.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So we go through a process where there's an outside third party that comes in and does basically an analysis of every school site, and it has multiple factors that's considered, and there's a building condition score that's assigned to the building, and those building condition scores really do drive plans for modernization or replacement.
And then for Mr. Ferguson, since nothing has changed since the ordinance was initially passed in 2012, with the fee being changed, do we need to revise our ordinance at all?
So yeah, that would be a first for us, obviously, because we haven't done it since 2012. So I was just looking at how that process would look like, but it would certainly need to be by ordinance because it was enacted by ordinance.
Yeah. Okay.
And I would rely heavily on Ms. Stiffarm to help us with that process. So.
Cool. No, I'm just excited that this should hopefully reduce housing costs just a little bit for at least a couple of years, and appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Stiffarm, for your presentation. This seems, I was going to save this for miscellaneous discussion, but this almost seems like a better time to bring it up. Everybody, on Wednesday night, Maya Angelou is celebrating their 20th anniversary. They're going to have food trucks, activities, knockerball, other activities. I was invited out there in my official and unofficial capacity, but 20-year anniversary Wednesday night at the elementary school from 4 to 6 p.m. So sorry, but thank you. With that, and maybe I should have asked this in advance. I was just having a hard time finding it on the interwebs. How many municipalities on behalf of school districts utilize impact fees across the state of Washington, roughly? If you're not prepared to answer that, I totally understand.
I'm not fully prepared,
Okay.
and it's a really good question.
And I apologize for putting you on the spot like that.
I can get more specific information later. What I can tell you is in Western Washington, most of the jurisdictions, cities and counties, have GMA school impact fee ordinances, and so coming further over the mountains, there are fewer, but in terms of actual numbers, I'm not entirely sure, but I can get that for you.
Okay, that's fair enough. And I guess my follow-up question to that would just be the dollar amount. And I heard what you said, there's a formula that goes into it and all that, but I was still curious where, I guess maybe where we fall in that.
Really good question. Based upon, and I work with several districts throughout the state who do this work, and this fee is definitely on the lower end. particularly at the single family. I have not seen a zero single family fee.
The proposed fee? Pardon me for interrupting. Okay,
yes,
I just
correct.
want to make sure I'm
Yeah.
following you. Yep.
For a school district proposing fees in a recent year. What I do know and what is true is there are some school districts who have had fees in the past who have had growth turn a different direction, or they have more than enough capacity. They've gotten to a point where they've built enough and their growth has plateaued, where they are not requesting fees. So there are definitely several school districts who are in that position currently. But in terms of those asking for impact fees, both the proposed single-family fee and the multifamily fee are at the lower end.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Rim. Mr. Prowlis.
Thank you, Mayor. Was the school district expecting this outcome based on this review?
I would say not at the front end. When we started preparing the capital facilities plan and knowing that there was ongoing growth and that growth was expected to continue, in many ways I think there was an expectation that probably the fee would stay status quo as to what it's been. But then when we started looking at project status, particularly given the soon-to-be conclusion of the high school projects, and looking at what's planned in the next 6 years, still not entirely sure that the fees would drop in the way they have. But then when it was narrowed down to just a middle school project and looking at that middle school student generation rate, that's at the point where it became very evident that the fees would be going downward this year.
Thank you. Is there a possibility that the single-family home fee could come back?
Definitely.
In a time frame, you had to go by years. What would that be? 4 years, maybe 6, 8, 10?
What we would do is, pursuant to the schedule with the city, in 2 years, the district will update their capital facilities plan again. So they'll take another look at growth. They will see whether or not their existing elementary capacity, for example, is still sufficient over that 6-year period. It may be that they've identified they need to start planning new elementary capacity, and so that project could be added, or a project could be added into the fee formula. That in itself may cause that single family fee to go back up.
Now, the school district is to do every 2 years do a review and then essentially redo that formula.
Correct.
We have been doing that every 2 years, or we have not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So is that something the school district does, or is that something that the city needs to talk to the school district to initiate every 2 years?
The school district does it, and they are proactive in doing it. It's an important planning tool at the school district level, and they also know that you expect every 2 years to have an updated plan come before you.
Okay, and so the next one would be in 2026?
Probably towards the end of 2026, just to be on the same cycle that we're on now.
Okay. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I was going to want to get back to where you talked about Franklin County, which talks about the process that it's negotiated between the developer and the school district. How has Franklin County, have they been paying their fair share? Are they paying, do you think, more or less? What are your thoughts on Franklin County overall? Can you just kind of shed some light on that?
I would say that the school district has a really good system in place for ensuring that they're looking at all of the development notices that come from Franklin County. So when Franklin County gets a new subdivision application, they're required to inform all affected agencies of the application, the subdivision approval process, and importantly, the environmental review process. They provide a comment period. School district, as a matter of course, always provides comments. And always provides comments that are contingent on reaching a negotiated mitigation fee. If they don't meet that negotiated fee, then they'll file an appeal through the hearing examiner process. To date, they have not had to actually go through that appeal process because they've been able to reach agreements with developers for those subdivisions. And they use the same fee that is in the capital facilities plan. So they want equity throughout the school district in terms of what they're asking for. So if it's 25 single-family homes in a plat, currently they would ask for the $4,700 fee for each of those homes. So the only deficiency in the process is where there's a SEPA exemption and the subdivision does not go through environmental review. So in that case, the district doesn't really have an avenue to seek school mitigation.
Okay. You kind of answered it, but I've always heard things that the county doesn't pay, nor do they want to pay, but they want to use our services. So, as a law-abiding tax citizen, you want, if people are using the service, you want them to pay. And I was just trying to get your thoughts on that, because it doesn't seem fair if we're all having to pay and they're not, and then eventually sometimes these divisions get annexed into the city. So basically, everybody's kind of getting a free ride on all this. So I do kind of appreciate your clarification on this. So thank you.
And it's a good point, and it is the reason that every time the district updates this capital facilities plan, they renew that request to Franklin County for purposes of trying to get a school impact fee in place.
Thank you. I see your light. I have a couple quick questions, and I'll circle to you. Running on that theme, what's the SEPA exemption? Do you know offhand? Is it 10 units?
It's 20.
It's 20.
20 for single family, and it's 4 for multifamily.
Okay. Do you have any sense of idea of how many applications have gone through exempt?
I don't.
In the past? Okay.
I don't.
I think that'd be. I don't necessarily need to know that. It'd be helpful to know. In particular, if they tend to break up subdivisions in a smaller parcel to exempt from SEPA for, I suspect it wouldn't be just for this, but whatever purposes of, look, SEPA's not easy. It's cost prohibitive, and there are lots of reasons to do it. But I think that would be helpful to understand where we may be, to Mr. Milne's point, missing out on some parity there. I do appreciate the information given. Do you get a sense of how this, where our fee stands from our neighbors across the river?
Your neighbors across the river.
Benton County school districts.
Sorry, I missed that part.
The Benton County school district.
I don't. I don't know that they actually collect school impact fees in those school districts. I think that they only go through an avenue of SEPA mitigation, and I'm not sure what fee they're charging.
Okay. Again, probably not absolutely need to know, just helpful to know, just kind of what the background. We tend to do what we can to compare. It's always nice to know that business is on as close to equal footing as possible with the local jurisdictions. I think that's it for me. I appreciate this information. I appreciate to know. It's always good to have someone coming and asking for less rather than more. So I appreciate that continued effort to have this kind of equitable solution. Mr. Harpster, I know you have a couple quick questions, or hopefully one.
Yeah, just some quick follow-up. My experience in my day job as a developer representative, we're doing every single development project in the county, and we've done probably half a dozen mitigation agreements with the school district. In total, I think there's been only one project over the last 3 or 4 years that was exempt, that there were no fees collected for, and that was 9 lots. So there's, in my experience and to my knowledge, there's not a significant amount of revenue that's being missed out on. Then Richland and Kennewick, and that was part of my question. They don't have a school impact fee, and that's been a point of frustration for some of us up here. Is developers come in here and say, "You guys are the most expensive place to develop." You guys being the city of Pasco, and we'll try to show them the data and say we're actually not. We're even with Richland and Kennewick except for the school impact fee. And so a source of frustration has been, we're collecting this fee on behalf of you guys. And is that because, other than SEPA mitigation, you would have no recourse to collect that?
That is correct. So under the way the impact fee statute works, districts have to rely on their local jurisdictions to collect, or they have the SEPA process. What occurs to me, and I don't know this information, but I think it's worth obviously trying to find out, and the mayor's question prompted my thinking on this one. I don't know the status of growth-related needs in those other school districts and whether or not they even qualify for school impact fees. And so that would be a first question, is they may not have a capacity need related to growth, so they haven't went to the second step of actually requesting a school impact fee. I don't know if that's true or not. I think it's just something that occurred to me to think about, and how you think about comparisons to your neighbors.
And that was a follow-up question I had that I wasn't clear on the answer either, is Richland and Kennewick don't have a school impact fee, and they don't seek mitigation agreements either through SEPA, as you mentioned may be the case.
And so my understanding from doing projects over there is they're getting all their revenue through bonds. And so is that not an option to ask the voters for increased bonds, larger bonds we've asked for in the past?
It is an option. It's always an option up to debt capacity to ask voters for more dollars. I think the voters in the Pasco School District have been very, as I mentioned, very generous over the years in funding these projects. And in some communities, the existing community residents, when they're supporting school bonds, look to another avenue for new development to pay a portion of the school capacity that is being paid for by those bonds. So in some ways, they go hand in hand in that regard, is they are, while they're a very small part of a project, they demonstrate that not all of the need is falling to the existing taxpayers to fund.
Okay, appreciate that.
Seeing no further lights, you're off the hook, but that does open us to public comment. Do we have any comments on this issue? Going once? Going twice? Third time? With that, thank you to our friends at the school district. Appreciate it. And I'm sure we'll continue to work with you. And again, like I said, I always appreciate someone coming to ask for less, not more. So you get a gold star. Yeah, I know. Man, I'm straight back to kindergarten here. So really appreciate it. Thank you for spending your time. I mean, you're welcome to stick around, but I suspect you have other things to do. With that, we'll move on to item B, which is development fees discussion. And this looks like Deputy City Manager Sigdell.
Thank you, Mayor, and evening, Council. This is an item that we've discussed a few times in the past, and we, as a reminder, you had asked for staff to go back and do some outreach with the development community. The topic is in terms of inspection and plan review of public infrastructure when it comes to development. And we had proposed several options. One of them was a 3% of the project cost, so it would be the project cost on the public infrastructure. So the cost of putting in that public infrastructure. And also we discussed our current state, which is the hourly fee. And during our outreach with the development community, a few things that came up was the fact that they would really like for us to do a more comprehensive rate study that includes not just this rate, but all of the other planning and building permit rates as well. And that is a very valid ask and something that we should be doing. And they would really like for us to stick to the hourly rate and just update the hourly rate to reflect the current cost of labor and providing such service. This is a pretty complicated area. One of our hopes with going with something that resembles our neighbors was to be able to receive the funding in a way that is most efficient for the city. And also be able to get a little bit more funding so that we can staff up a little bit more, invest in our technology and our processes a little bit more. However, we understand the fact that while it might not be completely predictable, an hourly fee is something that this community highly desires rather than the 3% or a percentage-based rate. So what we're coming to you with today is a simple escalation of cost, which would be instead of $60 per hour. So right now we have $90 per hour for the first hour. I like to not even think of that as a rate. It's just, the first hour. But really $60 per hour is our current rate. And we're proposing we move it to $100 an hour. As I mentioned in the staff report, this is only as direct of costs as you can get only. And so this is not a comprehensive cost increase, but we're also trying to be mindful of not increasing the rates significantly all at once. But also at the same time, and this is not included in your staff report, but we've been working with few consultants to see what it would cost to do a full, complete study of all of our planning, development review, building permit fee structures. And we received an estimate late in Friday, and that estimate is about $90,000. I do believe it's a big number, but I do believe that it is worth the effort for the expertise that they bring to the table, and also the fact that we are overdue for a comprehensive review of all of our rates and see what needs to be eliminated, what needs to be changed, what needs to be added. And so with that, what I have for you is an interim increase in that $60 per hour to $100 per hour, and then a request for direction from council on if you'd like to move forward with doing a more comprehensive rate study that would include a lot more other components as requested by the development community.
Thank you, Ms. Signal. Mr. Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was thinking about this a lot yesterday, going through the packet and everything. I don't really have an appetite to do a huge, drawn-out rate study. I don't think the development community, from which I heard at a meeting, it has an appetite for the percentage. And don't get me wrong, that it was 6 times, 10 times, and if you did the math, it was about $400 an hour. And so I think when they did that, it really wasn't justified. And so I think $100 is a good starting point, but I think if we're just going to go ahead and make a change, I say we just go ahead and add a little bit more. And so I would like for us to entertain at like $150 an hour, and a portion of that has to go towards putting money away to hire more people, build that capacity, put money away for technology. I think that's the best thing to do right now. I don't see a reason why to go through this whole study, pay someone $90,000, and then turn around, present it to the development community, and then they're still going to be against the 3%, 2%, whatever percent. I just think it's such a big jump. I think we can work that way over some time. I don't see the benefit of it. So that's the reason why I sat down and was kind of looking at the numbers and playing around with a calculator. And I just looked at this way. I was like, you know what? I think $150 an hour rate for all the time spent. And then I looked at a couple meetings ago, I looked at that little table you guys gave, and it gave comparisons between city of Kennewick, Richland, Pasco. And if I did that, it'd be about like, for that example you guys gave, it was close to like $17,000. So it was about 10 grand more than what we, I guess, in theory, charged originally, which was close to 7. So that at least gives the city of Pasco money to put away for admin support, looking for other people like planners, reviewers, invest in technology. So that's what I would like to see, and that would probably just be long-standing. And again, if we have to do a study to look at all our rates and stuff, I'm fine with that. But this essentially should just be left alone at this point, and then eventually, if inflation and stuff catches up with us again, we look to increase that hourly rate. But I think that would be fair. I mean, $100 an hour would only cover the cost of labor, right? And so how much money are you getting out of that to invest in the department? It's not a lot.
It only includes just the hourly labor, which not every hour that a staff works is billable. So there's a whole component here. But we also have to be very mindful of development fees and ensuring that there's a very strict calculation of those costs and ensuring that we can fully defend them. And that is where doing a more comprehensive rate study, because we have managers who don't just do one thing or supervisors who don't just work in one area. So looking at it comprehensively is definitely beneficial, especially given that we've not really done that in the past. Mm-hmm. And we are at a size where that should be an expectation of our customers and our residents. So that is why you're seeing a $90,000 price tag, because there's really nothing to build from, and there's a lot to look through.
Then I guess why did we go ahead and just suggest a copy in Kennewick then, if we needed to provide a study and provide a nexus and all that stuff? I mean, it seemed like we've been just dragging this on for months then at this point. And I guess why didn't we just get presented with an option just to do a study at that point?
You're correct, and I believe we did discuss that. One of the ideas was that we would do something for our most painful areas very quickly, and be able to copy something that exists across the river, and then be able to tackle the other areas as we are resolving some of the issues. So we're not waiting for 9 months, 12 more months for a study. But and that we believe was a consensus, at least with staff and development community at some point. However, the increase in the rates was something that was a lot more surprise than I was anticipating. And so the request now is for us to do a more comprehensive rate study.
So the $100 an hour is just to stop the bleeding, I guess?
That is correct, yes.
That just seems interesting. Okay, and that's what staff believes was best. I think we should go for a little bit more. Again, I guess I don't remember being presented with doing a study. I guess correct me if I'm wrong. I just don't remember that. It looked like we were going back and forth with the development community, trying to figure things out, and then now we're having to provide a study to justify what we're doing, which I'm in favor of, but it just seems like we're just kicking the can down the road again. And so we're not really getting anything out of what we're trying to do now. And I mean, how long is this study going to take?
My best guess is about 9 months to 12 months. And just to clarify, higher you start taking the rates, more you have to justify your rates. And so more you need better math behind your numbers. So $100 is something that I can defend at any given moment. Now you start getting into 150, 200, whatever that number comes up to, then you have to, then there's a whole lot of other components that comes into play, very much like what you would see in our utility rate study. There's so many components, and we have to be able to defend every part of that. So $100, or maybe even more, and more than happy to hear from council overall. We can go for that, but we have to be able to really defend it and do a lot more work on the back end to show that.
Right. I guess I'm trying to grill you, but we were going to do this percentage, and it went up to 70,000, and we really didn't provide any justification. And now we're let's go and provide a justification. It just seems if we went along with it, we wouldn't be doing this. So, but okay, I'll go ahead and stand down. I still think it should be a little higher. I stand with $150 an hour right now as an interim rate, and then we do the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Herbster.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate your time spent on this, especially being that it's not your primary role. With the discussion happened just now, I want to make sure I understand this. $100 is easy to explain, for lack of a better term, for a temporary stopgap solution for as long as it takes to do a rate study. And what was proposed as one option a few weeks ago on a percent base, that would have required the study, correct?
Not necessarily,
Okay.
because that's something that is a practice that we've seen in other places. However, when you're starting to update rates and you've got development community who would like for you to step through those rates slowly, you have to be able to justify the hourly rate or even the percentage base rate. So the 3% would be a really easy one. Now, if we came to you and said it should be 7%, that's kind of where you have to really be able to show your numbers. 3% is a low percentage for most of the industry as you look around the state. Whereas if you start getting into the higher end, then you have to really be very sure of your numbers and make sure that what you are charging is very defensible. Mm-hmm. And I would say that there's a range between 100 and 200 where staff could probably come up with a defensible range. We're only proposing 100 at this time because right now the dollar amount is 60. If council would like to do the rate study, more comprehensive rate study, then you've got about 9 months, 12 months, and then we can come back to you with something that is much more studied and defensible on all fronts rather than just this one.
Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, I think I share Mr. Prowse's confusion that 3% was going to be a massive increase, and so going from current rate to 150 doesn't seem like that much. And I was nervous when I opened up the agenda, thinking I hope it's not $400 or more. And so I was pleasantly surprised to see it wasn't anywhere near that. But my position would be the same as Ms. Prowse, that we start with 150. That's just slightly doubling it, but that's still significantly lower than the previous options that we discussed. A few other comments. I do agree that we should start a comprehensive fee study, and I sat in online on the developer meeting, and that seemed to be the consensus of everybody there. The conversations I remember having was, let's get this fee increased now while we do the study instead of waiting, and so at least we can get some extra revenue coming in the meantime. And then of the bullet points in the discussion paragraph of the agenda report, just yes to all of it. Yes to the comprehensive study, yes with an increase to 150, and then yes to evaluating incremental fee adjustments over time, and then of course yes to enhancing transparency. So again, appreciate the work that's gone into this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Officer. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you. I have similar thoughts. First of all, I just want to say, Ms. Sigdell, you have taken this on, and like Mr. Harpster said, just kind of ran with it as really from a council request. It's one of the bigger items of feedback that we heard from the development community. So I really, really appreciate you working with us on it. If you would remind me one thing, these fees, they just can't be used for anything though, correct?
They can be only used for permitting and development related activities.
Just within that, we can't put more police on the road with it or anything. Okay, I always got to ask. I'm always there. So, just a couple more thoughts here. Looking at this, and you gave an example here that shows a huge disparity between the city of Pasco and the other municipalities by tens of thousands of dollars. Was this example picked? I mean, I guess, would this example be more favorable than other examples? Or is this pretty much kind of an average? I mean, I guess what I'm asking is if we picked a different development with a different fee, would it show just still as lopsided, or would it be a little more even, do you think? Or
I do think that it would be fairly lopsided based on this particular type of activity. And the reason I say that is our building permits. So the permits for building, they're pretty similar all across the board. But there might be some other activity that where we might be a little bit more expensive. School impact fees are part of that. So that's why, and I apologize for not attaching the slide that shows some of our impact fees and a little bit more effort to do apples to apples comparison. But every development is different. It comes with its own challenges. But I do believe that overall, we are in line with other cities when you include school impact fees, and we are less with other cities when you exclude it.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Looking at this, obviously, one of the biggest complaints several of us heard from the development community was the process, was the time, how much money it was costing them, having to wait and everything. And I guess, just to be blunt, did they kind of look at the bill of what it would be at 3% and say, hey, this would actually be financially better for us? That trade-off is really the feedback you heard?
Yes.
Okay.
I do believe there is a desire for things to be better, and I think we can definitely accomplish that. We're looking at transportation impact fee, which is a key area that is the biggest challenge. And so if we are to reduce the scope of the traffic impact analysis, because right now it includes everything and anything. A large volume of projects might be included in that. They might be big dollars, like sometimes Road 76 overpass, and those are big dollar projects. And so it's a sticker shock, and then it's a long, drawn-out negotiation process. Whereas updating the transportation impact fee is going to get us to a lot more localized safety access around the neighborhood, and maybe an intersection kind of discussion rather than the interchange discussion. And so that is the one area that is a big issue that we hear and we experience as staff as well, that extends the timeline a lot farther out. And so once we resolve that, then you're going to see the process be a lot better. There's definitely many other things that we need to do. Increasing the SEPA threshold is one that we've been talking about, and I will just apologize in advance. We've been too busy to be able to kind of move that process along, but our newest CED director is going to be arriving here in 2 weeks, and she's going to fix everything. So, but there's a lot of those key things that are a challenge right now that are outside of the cost, as you mentioned, and so we're working on that.
Okay, no, I really appreciate that, and I appreciate all the work you've done on. I mean, the last thing I want to see this do is, for lack of a better phrase, just stick it to the development community. I mean, these are people who are investing in our community. These are people who live in our community. These are people really we're in partnership with to build this community. And so, yes, as much as we can work with them and partner with them is great. But on the other hand, we are all, to be stewards of the community too, and to make sure that, we have the resources to provide the assets and the infrastructure for the communities. So I would definitely be supportive of some kind of middle of the road approach that gets the development done, allows the city to have the resources they do, but makes us more attractive than our neighbors across the creek. So I thank you so much, Ms. Sigdell, for all of your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Mo.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be somewhat brief. I just want to say that when I saw the $100, I thought that was also quite low. I'm also amendable to the 150 or in that range, depending on what staff thinks is the best course of action on that. And then just so we have a fourth vote, I'm also for spending the $90,000 on the study. So just let you know where I'm at, and I again agree with all the council members that have spoken so far. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prowse, I see your light. I want to get in a couple comments before I circle back to you. I think, if we're going to stopgap this, one of the concerns I consistently heard was when we do the hourly rate, there's time that's spent that's on administrative work that takes away when we're billing. And then from the development community, what I hear is what they're really most concerned about, and obviously an exorbitant increase, they were concerned about that. But the primary concern was consistency in our review process and in our review timing. Now, I understand that this is a question of what it should cost. But I do believe that that's some of the cost-benefit analysis that needs to be driven here. I suspect the rate study is not going to achieve that, will it?
No, the rate study will give, what we have is a rate that has been built up over time. And so it does need some fresh eyes. It is not going to fix the process, but it might allow us, I do believe actually it'll allow us to think about our processes and how our rates are charged and what does it truly take to do something and if it's worth doing or it's worth doing differently. So I do believe it's going to help us think about our processes differently, but not necessarily if we, it's not going to change the process unless we think about the process and how we're going to change it.
So realizing that your joy begins in 2 weeks, when we get the CED director and this falls onto her plate. My admonition, my comment, I guess my individual direction, see if council supports it, is if we're going to go ahead and increase the rate for a stopgap. I'm fine with that. Quite frankly, I'm not sure the full utility of the rate study. I understand that it helps support if we modify or restructure our rates. But it sounds to me the most important things are, one, making sure that the bank account's adequately funded so that we could spend some time bettering our process, giving more surety and direct path to the development community who's coming in here and paying these fees. I think I would be more inclined to increase the rate, hit the stopgap, and put that same effort, maybe not into a rate study, but into a process, streamlining. I can't remember the stupid crap they do out on site, the Kaizen stuff or whatever, like the Six Sigma. I mean, I didn't buy into it, but some sort of study like that where you're looking at your process, determining what's broken and what's fixable. So I think for me, if 150 is justifiable, and I don't know that it is, and I don't know that it isn't, and that allows us to set aside some money or utilize that to look hard at our process while making sure we're not expending too much, my preference would be to increase the fee, hold on the rate study, look at the process study or study the process, maybe whether that means hiring someone to do that or whatever, purchasing new technology. I think we need to get that process moving before justifying an even greater increase. So I'd like to see an increase to get the support. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And Mayor, that is an effort that it's been ongoing, but it's a really big ship to turn around.
I understand.
We are working through some of the staffing and locations and also our technology, which is quite old and doesn't quite meet our criteria, but it's not easy right now to move on to something new either. So we're trying to find a good space to maneuver in some and have a long-term plan. So I do want to assure you that that's on top of mind for staff.
And I appreciate that. And I guess just my kind of parting comment is if we can bank the money to fix that or streamline or improve that, again, to me, that seems to be a priority rather than really understanding the rates, especially if we were bringing at least to quasi-market value. Mm-hmm. If we're losing out on money, so be it. It's not going to bleed us. But if we have more money than we have today for the same efforts, that's money that we can use either for staffing or understanding what part of our process absolutely needs to change, what should change, and what can change. And I think, again, from my perspective, from what I'm hearing from both staff and the development community, is that's almost a higher priority. So we can recover our funds and work towards that. Again, that's my personal kind of direction. But again, you're asking about a different study that sounds like folks are supportive of. I'll stand by whatever we decide. Mr. Prowse, a couple quick questions.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I'll put a bow on it. I mean, so I pulled up Northwest Co-Professionals. It's probably not apples to apples, but I mean, one of their rates for commercial fire plan review is $125. Isn't that, I mean, they're essentially an arm of that same department, right? CED. Mm-hmm. And we're only going to charge $100. Again, maybe not the same thing, but I mean, residential plan review is $85. I mean, I want to be able to cover the cost of the labor, at least put some money away, rainy day fund, so we can employ more people, do marketing, do whatever we got to do, upgrade technology. I mean, if we're going to go through a percentage, then if I understand, again, across the river they're doing 3%, 2%, 1%, then 0.5%. I mean, we have to increase this, but I'm not in favor, I guess at this point, for doing a $90,000 review for some consultant that's going to take 9 months, and then before we know it's going to be a year, and then we're still talking about this in 2026. I think we need to get presented with some different options other than that. And if that's the case, then I would like to see something coming back to us. What rates are we talking about then? But it just seems like we really need to put money into that department, and $150 is a drop in the bucket. I'm sure those developers would be okay with that. They were concerned about the percentages and it going up to $60,000 to $70,000 to $80,000, $400 to $500 an hour. That's what they were concerned about. That's what I heard. That's what they've talked to me about. And I think $150, they would be happy with that. $200 probably wouldn't even bat an eye. I mean, we're charging $60 an hour, $9 for the first hour. I don't know who made up those rates, but man, they really put us in a hole going forward. And so that's the whole point, I guess, why I'm so passionate about it. Let's do something correct so that at least it makes it so that we're stable for years to come. If that's a study, then be my guest. But I'm just not in favor of these consultants. I don't know why we waste our money on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I was just going to add my support for the mayor's position on maybe spending some of that $90,000 on working with staff. So again, like you said, whatever council wants to do, I'd be open to going with. But I just think it's an interesting idea instead of doing a rate study to. I know, as you said, Ms. Sigda, there's already a lot of effort going into that with the Lean Six Sigma stuff, of which I'm a certified expert. Thank you very much. But maybe some more effort could go into that, and I'm sure we can't do both. And so I think my priority, if we had to pick one, would be more time spent with staff and not preparing, but bettering their processes. But again, if we could only pick one, that'd be my priority. If that's not the way council wants to go, then I'd still be in favor of the rate study.
Thank you. I'll watch out for my black belt friend here. So you don't have clear direction at this point, and you need that. I guess the question is, do we believe that 150 is a justifiable market rate, or do we need more information on? Do you need to uncover more information on that?
No, we can definitely get to 150.
Okay.
And we can have a plan for an update down the line.
So with that, I'm going to ask for a non-vote but supportive council. Are we good with the 150 by either head nod or yay or golly geez? We got enough heads and thumbs that it's an informal support of that approach. So again, come back please if 150 is not justifiable for some reason. Bring it back to whatever is between 100 and 150 the staff sees fit. So two of us have pitched the idea of looking at process improvement before going out to a market rate. Okay, I see enough head nods. Is that something that's clear enough to staff, or do we need to hash that out? I mean, I think, quite frankly, you're the ones that ought to lead that.
No, I think that we can definitely forego that. I will just say that probably in a year or so, we do want to look at that, just given that these rates have not been looked at for a very long time. And they need to be looked at holistically, all together, rather than one by one, if we can do so.
I think we're all in agreement with that. I think if we can focus our immediate efforts on improving the process, you come back, hopefully maybe you uncover something in 2-3 months and bring back, hey, look, we're going, or even a quick email to council. It doesn't have to be in one of these presentations. Hey, we uncovered this. There's a new product out. It's going to cost blank and whatever, right? And we can talk about it if it needs to be, or if it's under the threshold, we give you the go ahead to purchase, right? So my take is, again, and I think this is hopefully articulated this, let's figure out what we can band-aid, what's broken we can fix, and very quickly thereafter, having a direction of a process improvement, then commence the rate study, or at least bring back that request. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Any questions?
No.
Okay. I see no further lights with that. Do we have any public comment on this issue? Sorry for anyone napping. Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we'll move on to item C, Resolution Second Amendment to RH2 Professional Services Agreement for Northwest Irrigation System Upgrade. This is from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We are presenting to you an amendment for the irrigation system upgrade project. We had talked recently about irrigation system. Next slide, please. And this project is the project that will make possible receiving water from the South Columbia Irrigation District and pushing that water through a pump station into our system. So this pump station is proposed to be located in the Broadmoor and Iris Lane vicinity, and as you're seeing in the screen, there is a set of parcels that are yet to be created through a plat, and the city would be acquiring some of those. So through the past several years, we've been working with the Bureau of Reclamation, USBR, to get an agreement with them for the municipal and industrial water contract, in which we would be able to lease water from them. And the district, the South Columbia Basin Irrigation District, would be the ones basically delivering that water to us. And RH2 was selected to do design of this pump station. They have helped with the coordination and permitting for it. We had worked through the special permit to locate a pump station within a residential area, and due to the extensive work that has taken place and some changes with planning requirements and permit requirements, we are in need of increasing the dollar amount for this design to allow for stepping back from a 90% we had prepared, go back to 60, and accommodate the changes that are needed to make this project happen. We are very close to having the M&I contract in front of you. Actually, it was preliminary scheduled to be tonight in front of you. There were some edits that were expected, so we are expecting a new draft agreement from USBR, and we hope to be back with that agreement to you in 2 weeks. And at this time, what we're focusing on is getting this project designed and ready to be advertised in the summer, should all the other agreements come to fruition, so that we are able to be operational in 2027. And with that, I think I have one more slide. Thank you. This is some of the changes that you're seeing. The previous site plan accommodated parcel shapes and roads and other things. There are some big changes in the plat that need to be accommodated, as well as changes that were imposed through the special permit process. Next slide, please. And finally, a summary of the original PSA and the changes that are needed. Again, this new PSA would get us through support during construction. And you are seeing the dollar amount. So this amendment is for just under $234,000 for RH2 services for the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, 3 times. With that, that moves along to item number 6, which is miscellaneous council discussion. Seeing Mr. Milne's light, we'll go there.
I just want to make a point that on Thursday on my agenda thing has the April 17th at Chihuahua High School, the International Night. And I'm hosting a Japanese exchange student, so I'm sure I will be there. But just letting everybody in the community come out, and these things are really good to get to know different cultures, and yeah, very excited about this. So just wanted to share. That was my point.
Thank you. City Manager, I skipped you. I didn't see your light at first, sorry.
It's okay, I was a little slow on it. Good evening again, Council. Deputy Mayor, thank you for announcing International Night. I did get an email out to Council from Kim Lerman today that you all should have, gives you a little more specifics. So, following up on the Mayor's comments last week, I wanted to just another reminder on the spring egg extravaganza. That's a Jesse word, but it'll be Saturday the 19th at the Pasco Sporting Complex. The city is partnering with God's New Generation Church. Games and prizes, 55,000 Easter eggs to find out there. So kids of all ages, and we're noon to 2 p.m. So should be a pretty well-attended event, as it has in the past. And then we mentioned a few minutes ago about Sergeant Gregory's retirement. And I wanted to just, Council indulge me a minute to talk a little bit about his career. So Brad's been here since 1992 as a full-time officer. So 33 years of service. He was a reserve prior to that. He's received actually 8 unit citations. He's been the employee of the quarter. He's received multiple commanding officer citations. And then from the Pasco Kennewick Rotary, the John Goldsberry Award back in 2012. And that goes to officers in the Tri-Cities that put or excuse me, service above self. So in the Rotary tradition, so it's a pretty unique award for law enforcement officers, at least in our region. Brad, since 2021, has been Detective Sergeant of Investigations. He was promoted to Patrol Sergeant about 10 years before that, 2013. And he's been a detective. He's been on the Metro Drug Task Force. He's been on a Traffic Safety Officer and our Gang Task Force. And as I mentioned, started out here as a reserve officer back in 1991. So I think you all have it on your calendars, but retirement celebration will be 16th of April at 3 p.m. So would encourage council to attend. It's a pretty significant career to honor and celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to celebrating with Mr. Riga. Hopefully I'll be there, and I look forward to celebrating Easter with the spring extravaganza, whatever it's called. With that, Mr. Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring up the issue that I'm seeing across the city of Pasco with these corner side vendors. I saw one really close to my house, and I have nothing against people trying to make a living, I would celebrate the entrepreneurial spirit of anyone, but I have a problem when they're like right around the corner from my house, just on the block, standing there aimlessly with oranges or selling snow globes, and I would think we're doing a disservice because I think eventually they're going to cause an accident. Some of them do stand on the corners, like right there on Road 68, Court Street. And so I just wanted to field the council for direction to the city about what we're going to do about this. Because, I mean, they're selling oranges. I don't know if they're insanitary to sell. Again, I haven't bought in anything, but I think we're doing a really bigger disservice to the brick and mortar businesses who pay utility taxes, sales taxes and all that stuff, and all their overhead costs and employees. And then we have people just really almost seems like a group across the whole city selling on almost every other street corner. So if Mr. Zabel has any information to share on that, if we need to just start making complaints to code enforcement, please let me know, and I'll use the Ask Pasco app. But I have fielded phone calls from residents, and for me, the trigger was, I'm just driving down 44 in Burden, and lady's just standing there with oranges on the sidewalk, and again, she's not hurting anyone, but it's just, we don't need people doing that in our neighborhoods. There's places for that. If we need to create a place at Peanuts Park where they can come, it's farmers market, maybe give them an application to farmers market. It seems like there's appropriate places for that, and it's not on street corners.
Thank you, Mr. Perales. Mr. Zabel, I see you're late.
Yeah, I'll just note, and we've been talking about this at the staff level for the past couple of weeks when the vendors first started popping up, and what actions the city can take. That certainly things have been preempted over the years in terms of local control. This is one area where some of that has been preempted. For instance, if it's a Washington-grown or made product, there's really not much the city can do. But what I think would be helpful, and what I was kind of kicking around today, was to be able to have legal our police and codes here in a workshop setting, perhaps our next workshop, and council have the opportunity, give you a presentation on it and what we can and can't really do, and have council the opportunity to ask those kind of questions. I think that would, one, help council understand some of the challenges of this, and two, it would give the public something that they'd be able to see, where we have our subject matter experts in a position where they can advise and discuss this issue with council in kind of a comprehensive manner with all three of those disciplines represented. I will say that if anybody is blocking or causing traffic problems specifically, that is something the police can do something about right now. So ask Pasco or call 911 if their behavior is dangerous or presenting a danger to the community. I would encourage people to call 911 and deal with that. But I think if council can be patient and give us a couple weeks to come back with a kind of a detailed presentation And I think that'll be beneficial rather than trying to solve it tonight.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Herbster.
Thank you. I wanted to add on to Mr. Zabel's comments about Sergeant Gregory. I thought I'd share sort of a humorous first interaction. My dad started with PD in the late 90s, and at the time, and I could be mistaken on details, but what's burned in my memory is Brad Gregory, not yet a sergeant, was working undercover and had a mullet that was permed and a cut-off Raiders jersey. And I remember my dad introduced me to him. I'm like, this guy's not a cop. Like, something's going on here. And was very intimidated by him for several years. And so that was the beginning. And then the end, sort of his career, I had some interaction with him last year where we were dealing with some things at our house. And it was kind of cool to come full circle, no longer scared of him, and having him help me and my family, my kids out. So he's, I've always enjoyed seeing him, and not always, I guess. In the beginning I didn't, but have really, we're lucky as the city of Pasco to have somebody like him who has worked for this city for 4 years. And so I'll be there Wednesday and hope to see you all there as well. On the vendors selling the oranges and tomatoes, I would definitely love a workshop presentation. I think that'd be super helpful. Not just for my own knowledge, but folks reached out to me last week on two things. One, the smell that was going on whatever day that was, that seems to have been asked and answered. And then these vendors, and I don't have a good answer for them. And so the workshop would help me to be able to have an answer. And I also, like Mr. President, I want to know what can we do and what can't we do? Where are the limits? And, explore what we can do. For instance, several months ago, maybe this time last year, I think Chief Roski had indicated that if they're blocking sidewalk traffic, then now there's an issue. And, some of them on Route 68, you guys might have seen, will line up their flowers along the sidewalk and then stand there. So if I'm walking by and they move out of the way, are they no longer blocking? I've just got a lot of questions like that would be great for a workshop discussion. A couple other questions. The city manager update, there was an email that indicated that GMP was in the information gathering phase. Can you help me understand what exactly does that mean? What does that entail?
So part of that, thank you. Part of that process would be individual conversations which you had scheduled with council members as well as department directors. And so it's really to kind of get your individual take on characteristics you might want to see in the next city manager experience, those kind of things, as well as your thoughts on the goals and objectives, the major challenges, opportunities you see ahead for the city on the near term and maybe the midterm, things that you're expecting the manager to weigh in on immediately. It's helpful to have that information. Well, the other piece, the third leg of that really is, what is it about the city that brought you here and keeps you here? Because part of this is marketing and trying to describe this opportunity in a way that prospective candidates are going to look at it and say, this is a place that I want to be. This looks really exciting, and it's a reflection on the corporate outlook of the city council as well. So then the next piece of that is, after we have that kind of information, is this meeting that was going to happen tonight, talking to council about corporate view and very similar questions. And also, I think the other piece of this is, Greg was going to talk to you about market and salary range and things like that too. I shared with Councilmember Perales before the meeting that unfortunately the consultant couldn't be here tonight due to illness, but we'll have him back at workshop in a couple of weeks. But we're not going to slow the process down or let the schedule slip by 2 weeks. We're going to continue those interviews. Probably will be me instead of Greg, and Greg will then talk to council at the workshop level. But we'll continue that out so we can start to develop that profile and maintain the schedule that was provided previously to you. So the other piece of that is your key staff talking. We have the city manager has a number of direct reports, and so those similar kind of questions will be asked of key staff. I mean, this is your employee, and your stamp needs to be on it. This is their boss, their supervisor, and having an understanding of the perspective of the directors, I think, is really important too. And not only is it important in the profile, it's important for the recruiters, because when you're talking to prospective candidates, understanding where council or staff are coming from, understanding what they're hopeful of seeing, whether it's reasonable or not, is worth knowing when you're talking to prospective candidates. And I'll just say, having been in here now, a couple months, this is a council that is very action oriented. That's going to attract a certain kind of candidate. It'll probably not attract candidates that are more process oriented. So those are the kind of things we want to communicate in a profile to them, is how this council operates and what their expectation of their employee is.
Okay, appreciate that explanation. That's very helpful. And then last time was short-term rentals. It's been like 8 or 9 months since we first gave direction to staff to prepare a presentation on that. And I know we've discussed it via email a couple times, but what progress has been made to that and so far, and when is staff currently anticipating to bring that to council?
Well, not a cop-out, but I wasn't here for short-term rentals, and it's been on our list, and I know I've mentioned it in a couple reports to you that we want to have that discussion with you. Our real hope was that we could have had some time in the past couple of times, the 31st or this past Saturday, to have that discussion. What I think what we can do now, and we had talked a little bit about, we have some Fifth Mondays coming up at the retreat. Remember the last agenda on the item was, or that last item on the agenda was to discuss with council a potential second retreat where we'd get into budget and some of those other issues. I think where council was at, or where I kind of sense we left it, was we're not probably necessarily looking at more Saturdays, but let's maybe have a little bit longer workshop. I heard the idea of starting at maybe 6 on a couple of those, and that might give us some opportunities to dig into an item, for instance, like short-term rentals. It seems to me that we're probably a half hour from having some pretty good direction from you. We just need to have the opportunity to have that discussion, give you the presentation, get some feedback on what you're looking for that'll be concise enough that'll give legal and our planning staff the ability to go put regulations together and bring them back to you.
Yeah.
So I would suggest, if council, following up our conversation on Saturday, if their desire to try to move up next couple workshops, maybe not the next one, but the one after, to 6, maybe that's a great opportunity to add that as an item.
Yeah, I for one would love to do that, because like I said, it's been 8 months, and I bring this up because yesterday, front page of the paper was headline, "Why 2,000 workers were just hired at Northwest only nuclear power reactor," in the subheadlines about how most short-term rentals are full. And unfortunately, City of Pasco didn't get to take advantage of that. So, like we've mentioned tonight, regarding the other cities around Kennewick and Richland are doing it, and so really think we're missing out. When we talked 8 months ago, there was not a consensus to allow short-term rentals through a code amendment, but there was consensus to discuss it, and so I'd definitely be in favor of doing that in 4 weeks or so. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Blaisdell.
I just have a question regarding the vendors on the side of the road. If that would qualify under a peddler's license, and if when you do present that, if you could include peddler's license, so we understand what that is versus people selling on the side of the road. Thank you.
We will certainly go over that discussion.
Thank you. And Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to add what is now a fourth head nod that, yes, I would love to see that vendor discussion as soon as possible for really all the reasons Mr. Perales brought up, but also it's just becoming an eyesore. I mean, a lot of us are here because we don't want to be in California, but it's things like this that kind of make us look like that. And as much as, we can get away from that as possible, yes, and I would love it at staff's the earliest time they can bring it back, because we're in springtime and they're just going to get more entrenched, and into the community, and as soon as we can get them out, for lack of a better phrase, would, I think, behoove the quality of life of our community. So thank you. And I would also, yes, love to have that short-term rentals discussion in 4 weeks as discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further lights and nothing from staff, that moves us on to item number 7, which is executive session. None is listed, which puts us to adjournment. It is 8:41 and we are now adjourned. Thank you for sticking around.
Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City of Pasco Council meeting. The City Council thanks you for being part of our city government. At meetings, the City Council takes formal action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. And with that, we are going to do a roll call.
Councilmember Barajas?
Barajas is supposed to be online, I believe.
Councilmember Blaisdell?
Here.
Councilmember Grimm?
Here.
Councilmember Harpster?
Present.
Councilmember Perales? He is also supposed to be online.
Okay, and then Mayor Serrano is excused.
And Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
And I am here as well. So yeah, I know Mayor Serrano's with city staff, interim city manager, and they're at a conference to promote the city of Pasco. So very pleased that they're willing to do that for us. So did we get response from the other two councilmen? Are they online or? No? Okay, well, if we get a chance, maybe they could chime in later, but we will mark that they are trying to chime in. So with that, I'm going to roll on to number 4, which is the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussions of these items. If further discussion is desired by the council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So do we have any council member that wants to pull it? Well, how the heck did I miss that? Well, thank you, Councilman Grimm. I guess I missed the Pledge of Allegiance. This is embarrassment. Most important thing we need to do as Americans. So let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, well, sorry for that. I was, I guess, too anxious to get a lot of business done for the city of Pasco, so my apologies. So with that, going back to, do we have any council members that would like to pull anything from the consent agenda? I'm not seeing anything, so on 4A, we have approval of meeting minutes for May 5th and May 12th. We have B, which is bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $4,909,379.11. We got C, resolution number 4600, surplus and sale of city personal property. And with that, Councilman Harpster, can I get a motion?
Yes, I move to approve the consent agenda as written.
Second.
Got a motion from Harpster and a second from Blaisdell. So with that, can I get a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Barajas, if she's on. Blaisdell?
Yes.
Grimm?
Yes.
Harpster?
Yes.
Perales, if he's on. Milne?
Yes.
Great. Then it passes 4-0.
So we do, yeah. So it's good that we got that passed. So anyway, we'll move on to number 5, proclamations and acknowledgments. So right now we have part A is a Public Works Week proclamation, and we're going to
Give me 1 second, I'll get it to you.
Okay.
And we're also being made aware that audio is something that we're looking at, so we're working on it on our end, so we just need a minute.
Okay. Thank you. Before I read the proclamation, did Director Maria Serra, did you want to have any words, or do you want me to go right to the proclamation?
Actually, if I may, I would like to invite the members of the Public Works Department to come closer.
Okay.
And then Mary Heather Ames, the Deputy Public Works Director, will have some words after the proclamation, if that's okay.
Okay. Well, let's have where you guys. I'll come up front and I'll come down and read this, and we'll get the ball rolling here. So.
Stand here?
Yeah, stand in front of the council. Whatever feels comfortable for you guys.
Thank you.
All right. Hopefully everybody can hear me just fine. So I'm pleased to pronounce that May 18th through the 24th of 2025 is Public Works Week. And whereas the Public Works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and service that are vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people. And whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and service cannot be provided without the dedication effort of public work professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees of all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. 100% true. You guys are doing a great job. Whereas it is the public interest for its citizens, civic leaders, and children of Pasco to gain knowledge and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public work programs in their respective communities. And whereas in the year 2025 marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Pro Tem David Milne, in the city of Pasco, Washington, do hereby proclaim May 18th through 24th Public Works Week. So it's a great honor, and you guys do a great job. So thank you. And so, do I give this to you, or all right? So. Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to comment, or?
I came prepared with a speech, but it's quick. So, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. My name is Mary Heather Ames, and I am your Deputy Public Works Director. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here tonight for the proclamation of National Public Works Week in Pasco. I've been a fan and supporter of Public Works since I learned what it meant while working as an intern watering street trees and entering customer concerns in a database during the summer before my senior year in college. And I appreciated the idea that I could use my skills to make the place where I live better for all the people who live and work around me. So when I graduated, I started a career in Public Works. The theme for the National Public Works Week this year is people, purpose, and presence, which really resonates as public works professionals. Each of the people here find their purpose in meeting the needs of people. You and I know that public works makes communities safer, more vibrant, and a better place to live. So whether we're sweeping the streets, producing clean water, installing signs, treating residential or industrial wastewater, or making roads and sidewalks passable after a winter weather event, Public Works is always there when people need them. So our department is divided into 3 divisions, and we have representatives from each here tonight. So first we have the engineering division, led by Andre Avedisian. Next, we have Michael Henao, who leads the Environmental Compliance Division. You want to raise your hand or something? Andre? Yay! Michael, thank you. And finally, Kent McHugh heads up our Operations Division with close support from Derek Wiedela, who could not be here tonight, Jason Etzler, Steve Brewer, and Tom Holmes. I would also like to note that our 2024 Employee of the Year is here, and that's Colby Lindgren. He was nominated and awarded for his work ethic and great attitude. So on behalf of this entire group, which includes the one unmentioned person, Ryan Mahaffey here, on behalf of this entire group and our Public Works Director, Sarah, I would like to thank you for the recognition and support both this week and year-round.
Thank you very much. If we could get maybe one more picture, we could get Director Maria Sarah and Mary Heather Ames. And I'd like to have the council down here as well. Sometimes they're up higher and they kind of feel disjointed. So if we could get everybody down here, that way we could show that we're one big community. So if we could maybe have you guys closer here, where it says, well, if you two could be in the middle. If we could have the council members. We got, all right, we got Grimm and Harpster, so got the whole gang here. Well, again, thank you, everybody. Thank you for everything you do. It's always impressive, your hard work. All right, we'll wait a quick second here. All right, now they're great. All right, David. Okay, well, just to clarify, we do have both other council members, so there's actually 6 of us online here, or total. So with that, done with 5A, we are going to jump into 6, which is public comments. So the public may address council on any items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the purpose of questions with the expectation of an immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberate process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will normally be limited to 3 minutes each by the mayor and the city clerk. There's a timer up here. These with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and the city of county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. And I have heard that we do have a Hispanic interpreter, so if anybody needs his services, I believe he's right over there. Was that correct? Yeah, okay. Just making sure I want everybody to be heard. So with that, anybody who would like to give public comment?
Mi nombre es Santos Echeverría. Yo vivo en la calle Bonneville, enfrente del Parque Memorial, que es la 1516 West Bonneville.
My name is Santos Echeverría. I live on 1516 West Bonneville Street, in front of Memorial Park.
Y mi comentario es que el parque ya no veo que es un parque calmadito, es un parque lleno de gente de la calle. Hay mucho fuego en una parrilla de 10 a 11 de la noche, mucha gente en la calle y muchos carros ahí vienen por 2 años con tanates adentro, se hacen pipí afuera, un desaseo. Vienen muchos carros en la noche y paran allí, se detienen, no sé qué está pasando, pero para mí ya no me siento que es seguridad el Parque Memorial. Y quiero saber si así va a seguir o así es, o hay reglas o no hay reglas.
My concern was with Memorial Park and how it's not a calm park anymore. It's lately full of street people, and there's a lot of fire. They have a fire pit going from 10 to 11 p.m. There's cars out there that have been there for 2 or 3 years. There's a lot of people peeing outside. I wanted to know if this was something that was going to keep going because I don't feel secure anymore.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't aware of that, so I appreciate you bringing that to the attention of the City Council, and we'll definitely direct staff and see what we could do. So thank you.
Otro problema con el
Can I
vecino.
add something?
Quiero que a ver si me ayudan. Hay mucha bulla, celebran fiestas cada 8 días, cada 15 días. Una música bien en alto, hasta me vibran los vidrios y ya ando buscando ayuda. He venido aquí y me han mandado cartas a ellos y no han hecho caso. Yo voy y les digo que no quiero esa bulla. Se empiezan desde las 12 de mediodía y a veces son las 10, las 11 hasta las 12, 1 y la gran música alta. Yo sé que ellos como que no son dueños de la casa, han llegado a rentar esa casa porque el dueño ya no vive allí. Pero yo quiero acudir a donde me pueden ayudar porque me han robado mi tranquilidad con esa gran bulla de música. Digo yo que no va a haber aún algo que pueda ayudarme.
I wanted to add that there's a neighbor that has constant loud music every week or every other week. They have really loud music where the windows shake. I've gone to speak with them. I've sent letters. They've sent them letters, but they start from like noon up until 10, 11. One time, 1 in the morning, and it's really loud. I think they're renting there because the owner I've never seen, and they've stolen my peace. I don't know where to go. I've come here, and I want to know what I can do.
Okay, I appreciate you. Again, we only have 3 minutes, so what I would suggest is call code enforcement and then go from there. But usually, code enforcement would be your best option, or Pasco Police Department for a noise violation if it's after I believe it's 9 o'clock. All right, thank you. All right, do we have anybody else? We got the gentleman in the back. If you could push the red button, or the button there. Yep, now you're on.
Good to go. All right. My name is Brian Tuckisvik. I live at 4202 Road 105 in Pasco. Okay. I'm here tonight because I wanted to express my family's concern on the increased residential density and zoning for housing in the area and how it affects our current low-density neighborhood. My wife and I moved from a smaller neighborhood to our neighborhood in Wilson Meadows because of the larger lots and the space between homes. There's currently a neighborhood going in behind us that's really small with duplexes, townhomes, and very small residential lots that are very disproportionate to the lots that we have in our current neighborhood. My concern with that is because we wanted the space and the peace of mind that Wilson Meadows has delivered on all counts, really. Currently now the equipment is rattling our homes. We get the dust and the view and the beeps of the equipment going through and doing all the construction, and that's going to be taking place for probably the next 5 to maybe even 10 years, depending on how long it takes. It feels to us like the neighborhood we moved from is coming right back to us. The reason I came down here, and I know that that's not everything that's the city's responsibility. I know the state is driving some of this with their current growth management plan or their Urban Growth Act. But what I wanted to offer was, after looking through some of the residential zoning documents, I wanted to offer up there's no bridge between low density residential and medium density residential. And my concern, even from the start of this planning, it was that there's no transition. There's no ease of from smaller lots to bigger lots and vice versa. It's just, cram-packed right behind us. So what I was going to offer was a addition of like an R1 to R3 zoning classification that could allow for from bigger lots that could blend in with the smaller lots that would help maintain the characteristic of our neighborhood and also ease that transition from the bigger lots to the smaller lots. Unfortunately, we feel like we're the ones getting left holding the bag. The city's going to make money on property taxes. The developer's going to make money on selling the homes. And my increased property tax, I get to watch a small, tight, packed neighborhood go in behind me. I don't feel like that's a good deal for me and a good return on investment as a taxpayer. Road 68 is super busy. I see Road 100 being just as busy because the growth of the city is moving to the northwest corner. And I just feel like, from my point of view, things are closing in around us. So I just ask the city consider a zoning density that would allow for low density and medium density blended in a zoning category that would help ease the congestion and allow for a general transition of residential zoning to help maintain the character and the quality of life that we have. So looks like my time's up. So thank you for your attention and your.
I will say that there's members on the council that agree with you 100%. I don't want to get into a debate, but you're more than welcome to contact me.
Okay.
I'm pretty much on your side on this, but if you write it out, definitely and send it to the whole council so we're all transparent. But
okay.
Again, there is. It's not just. We want certain things. Again, you move to a certain area, you want the best you can for your community and your own family. So, just letting you know that as a council, the majority rules, but there is people up here that think the same way you do. But please feel free to. I'm willing to definitely more time, kind of explain things a little bit better.
Okay.
But please reach out to me. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I will do that.
Thank you.
3 minutes goes by quick.
It does.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other public comment? I think we got the two ladies in the back, and then we'll jump to Mary there.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. My name is Emily Maloney, and I'm the Taco Boss, or
Could you
chair
move it down just a little so I can hear you a little better?
Crawl.
Thank
Yep.
you.
That better?
It's better.
Okay. We have just completed our 9th annual Pasco Taco Crawl, so we thought we'd celebrate our winner and share the impact we've had on Pasco. This year, Trejo's Mexican Restaurant is our winner, making them our only 4-time champion. Rounding out our top 6 are second place El Habanero Mexican Grill, or Taqueria, excuse me. Third place, Tacos Las Tres Hermanos. Fourth place, Taqueria Las Marias. Fifth place, Mexican American Restaurant, or Kitchen, excuse me. And sixth place, Tri-Cities Afghan Food. Since the event started in 2016, we have paid more than $130,000 to local businesses for the over 80,000 tacos they've made for taco crawlers. That is enough for about 1 taco for every man, woman, and child currently living in Pasco. We think it's important to pay our vendors for each taco, and we increase our payment amount to keep up with inflation. Our businesses have reported increases in year-over-year revenue of 10 to 15% after participating in the taco crawl. So far, 8,171 taco enthusiasts have bought into the Pasco Taco Crawl. Most taco crawlers are from across the river in Kennewick and Richland, and we have folks make trips from the Seattle area and beyond to participate. One taco crawler shared that he was out of the Seattle area and that he shut down his chiropractor practice for a week each year to come in and taco crawl. The Pasco Taco Crawl is grassroots tourism at its finest. On top of all of that, we have raised almost $90,000 for Boys and Girls Clubs. We are a volunteer committee, and our major expense is paying the small businesses and printing the Taco Crawl booklets. Everything else goes to support the Boys and Girls Clubs. We have some big things in mind for our 10th anniversary this next year, so we hope that you'll keep an eye out. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to introduce Megan Sharks from the Boys and Girls Clubs to tell you more.
Thank you so much, Council, for your time. The Boys and Girls Club serve over 12 sites across Pasco, and we are committed to empowering local youth, and with the great support from the Taco Crawl and sponsors alike, they help us serve more Pasco kids and teens in meaningful ways and giving them the tools that they need to be successful in life and in this thriving community. The funds raised from the taco crawl directly help support over the 1,600 youth served in Pasco, and we are so grateful for the continued support from this award-winning fundraising community event. We look forward to celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the taco crawl next year and provide even more meaningful programming to the youth of Pasco. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And taco crawl is an amazing event, so thank you for all you do. And please tell your husband we said hi as well.
I will.
Thank you. All right, I think now it looks like Mary wants to tell us some important words here. Not yet. Now it is.
It's on. Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. Add the following to my comments made to the Pasco City Council on 5/5/25. Provide the fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. I have over 500 photos. And provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop our floodplain and destroy our wildlife habitat and more. Regarding the Pasco Aquatic Center, provide ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins and or Watkins Endeavor LLC provide his total travel costs for the search of the Wow Factor wave machine that costs anywhere from $22 million to $280 million. Include passport entries and trips on cruise ships. Reminder is that Yakima's Aquatic Center opens in June for a total cost of $10.8 million. Provide the YouTube video of the Pasco City Council meeting on 4/1/19 with comments made by Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr. Include a copy of the termination agreement regarding the contract between WSU and Animal Control. Mr. Kerr stated he would provide a copy of the termination agreement, and Mr. Kerr has not provided that copy. Provide all communications between Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and the Washington State Bar regarding Mr. Kerr's self-reporting of his authorization of no due process at Animal Control, now called Tri-City Animal Services. See the YouTube video 4/1/19. For the year 2024, provide the number of dogs and cats that the Tri-City Animal Services has sent to WSU for research and the money that WSU has paid for those dogs and cats. Contact the Washington State Attorney General and Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and provide the results of the 48 counts of animal cruelty, the theft of $375,000, and the missing rainy day fund. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Zeiler. Provide all past and present LID and or ULID designs for my Pasco property. Include LID and or ULID start dates and costs. Include also all Pasco officials' communications regarding harassment and retaliation to me and to my property. I reserve the right to amend this request upon further discovery. Reference number P001447-051625. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience that would like to comment on anything? All right, I'm not seeing anybody jump up. So with that, we're going to move on to number 7, which is reports and committees from our council. We got Councilman Grimm.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Attended this last week, the groundbreaking for the CBC new housing unit for student housing. Dr. Woods hosted, I don't know, it seemed like there were 50 or so people there for this new housing unit right on the corner of Argent and 20th there. Going to house 156 students. Apparently there's a waiting list already, and it's affordable housing for kids going to school, and looks like they're just doing great things over there. And then also this last Friday, it was our Ben Franklin Council of Governments meeting where I was going to forward on the packet to the rest of the council like I did last week at my other meeting, or some pertinent screenshots, but it was over 500-page packet. Few of the kind of highlights were Daisy did a presentation on safe routes to school, just looking at every school in the entire Tri-Cities area and looking at the safest way and mechanism of getting kids to and from school, and all the way down to looking at where maybe trees need to be added in high concrete areas to make it more, I guess, appealing to kids to walk to and from school. It was very, very comprehensive. And speaking of comprehensive, we also talked about the comprehensive action plan, which really just has a lot to do with traffic in the area and accidents in the area. And just a couple things worth noting is this says statewide crash numbers mirror the data of Benton Franklin counties. The overall number of crashes is decreasing, but deadly crashes are rising. Just a couple footnotes real quick. Statewide crashes were down 10% in the last 6 years, but up 5.5% in Benton Franklin counties. Fatalities were up 48.2% statewide, 86.4% in Benton Franklin County. Serious injuries were the only one where we were slightly down from the state average. We were 50% even. They were 52.5. But overall, what they call FSI, fatalities and serious injury crashes, 51.7% up statewide in 6 years. Benton Franklin County up 58.3%. So then we went on, without going too deep into this, about what steps are taken to mitigate some of those through whether it be traffic calming measures or just training drivers better, and just how can we get better on this. And I thought that would just be a great point to also make a plug for our dedicated traffic unit for the Pasco Police Force that I think would help deter some of that I will keep fighting for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, thank you, Councilman Grimm. A lot of statistics there. I appreciate the honest report, and then also thank you for attending the groundbreaking. It's always good when a council is active in our community. So, Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to go to Persona Employment Solutions for their ribbon cutting. They have actually Pasco is their third location, and they chose Pasco out of the whole Tri-Cities. So, interesting fact, they also support farm labor for Pasco, so it's definitely much needed here. So welcome to Pasco.
Well, thank you for that. Also, again, thank you for taking time out of your day to attend the groundbreaking. Means a lot. So do we have anything from, we'll start off with Councilman Perales first.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Perfect. I attended the grand opening of Stack's Mobile Bistro right there off of Cord Street. So they have a brick and mortar there. They have another one over in Kennewick, but this one's very special. It's unique to them, and I can tell they're very proud for opening up their first really unique and just a lot of culture in there, and the art in there was amazing. It was all done by hand by a local artist, and so yeah, I had a good time there. Went through this weekend with my family, so I definitely recommend the Chilaquiles. If anyone's looking for a new place to go try them out, and that's all I have.
Well, thank you, Councilman Perales. Appreciate that. And do we have anything from Councilwoman Barajas?
Nothing to report on my end. I'm still out of state with family.
Okay. Well, hopefully you'll be able to come back next week. So thank you. With that done, we're going to move on to 7B, which is 2025 Washington State Legislative Session Update. And
absolutely, I will introduce Breon Murray, partner of Gordon Thomas Honeywell Government Affairs, our lobbyist, and she will provide you a recap.
Well, thank you, Brianna, for making it all the way over here. We always appreciate you making the drive and not doing this by Zoom. That does make us feel special. So, again, thank you for being here to present us what you're able to tell us. So thank you.
I can share. Absolutely. Well, good evening. And yes, anytime I'm able to make the drive, I do. And then on those times that I'm not, I always appreciate your all's flexibility to allow me to appear before you virtually. This evening, I'm going to provide you with an overview of the 2025 legislative session, review for you the outcome of your 2025 legislative priorities, and then also identify next steps. In your packet, you have a fairly comprehensive draft report from me. That report will be finalized, and you'll get a final version of it after the governor takes final action on all budgets and bills, which is supposed to occur tomorrow, late in the day. It will take me some time to wrap up all the action, so don't expect it on Wednesday, but within the week we'll get you a fully final version of those written materials. The legislative session included a lot of action, so my goal this evening is to hit you with the highlights. Start with an overview of just the high-level context for the 2025 legislative session. You'll recall from some of our previous discussions that the legislature operates on a 2-year cycle, and this legislative session was the first year of that 2-year cycle and was a long legislative session scheduled to last 105 days. During long legislative session, the legislature focuses on developing their biennial budgets, operating capital and transportation. Unlike the city's budget, they separate out capital and transportation. Transportation's in a separate budget and all other construction is in capital. In addition to doing their budgeting work, they also consider all legislation. There were over 2,500 bills introduced this session, 431 of those passed into law, and so far the governor has not vetoed any of them. Any legislation that was introduced that did not pass into law automatically carries over and will be considered in 2026. The political context of the session is important to understanding why what occurred. And following the November 2024 elections, we saw 24 new legislators join the Washington State Legislature. That was significant turnover, about 30% for the Washington State Legislature, and is on par with what we've seen the last 3 biennia, which means in the last 5 years we've seen over 50% of the legislature turnover to be relatively new elected officials. Also, this year was the beginning of Bob Ferguson's first term in office. Democrats not only had control of the governor's office, but they had strong majorities in both the House and the Senate. The House was 58 Democrats and 40 Republicans, and the Senate was 29 Democrats, 20 Republicans. As the majority party, Democrats controlled not just what bills and budgets advanced, but also floor schedules, floor action, and generally set the priorities for the legislative session. So that's the broad context. The other really key component of the shaping of the legislative session was driven by budgets. Leading into the legislative session, we heard legislators indicate, a lot of the budget writers indicate that the state was facing a multi-billion-dollar budget shortfall. As the legislative session carried on, the budget shortfall began to be articulated by a variety of different numbers in the $10 to $16 billion range. The shortfall is articulated as being driven by slowing revenue growth and rising caseloads. One of the key components of the rising caseloads was the collective bargaining agreements that each of the state's unions negotiate each year that are then funded, as well as other statutory obligations that the legislature had passed but not yet fully funded. So some of the rise in cost was actually commitments that the state had made to fund certain things that had never received funding before. There were how to address this budget shortfall and the debate over whether or not there was a budget shortfall really was all-consuming throughout the legislative session. There were concerns during the final days of the legislative session that there would not be an agreement on a final budget and it would trigger a special session. However, they were able to reach an agreement and adjourn on time. The governor played a key role in the budget development. The governor signs the budget into law. We're waiting for that action tomorrow to see if it will indeed occur. But he issued several press statements asking the legislature to be more conservative in their budgeting or to select various revenue sources, some indicating he liked some more than others. At the end of the day, the legislature approved a $77.8 billion budget for 25-27 with $2.3 billion in reserves, which is slightly less than what the state treasurer's office recommends. As part of that, the legislature raised $4.3 billion in new taxes for this fiscal biennium. If you make that into a 4-year outlook, it's over $9 billion, which is the number that most of the media grabbed onto, was $9 billion in new taxes. This is one of the largest tax packages we have seen in state history, and the governor has yet to sign it into law. The capital budget was much more stable and not facing the same level of shortfalls. The capital budget supports infrastructure like schools, housing, libraries, behavioral health facilities, and is also the budget that we tend to ask for city projects funding for. Within the capital budget, while there was not a shortfall, it was more constrained than in previous biennia. In 2023, $231.8 million was allocated to various community projects, and this year we saw $30 million less, $201.3 million. The average local and community project award going out to various communities was $604,000. I want you to remember that number when we get to the next slide and we talk about how well you all did, because it was better than average. The third budget was the transportation budget. The transportation budget faced an over $1 billion shortfall in the 25-27 biennium and a multi-billion-dollar shortfall over their 6-year outlook. It was largely driven by transportation project costs increasing with inflation, as well as increasing costs to comply with the Supreme Court mandate that the state replace all fish culverts. The legislature ended up balancing that budget with $3.2 billion in new revenue sources, including a 6-cent gas tax increase. In addition to raising revenue to have that budget balance over the next 6 years, they also delayed several projects that they had already committed funding to. At the end of the day, they did not fund any new projects and approved $15.5 billion for the current biennium. So with that political and budgetary context in mind, I want to transition into talking about your specific legislative priorities and funding requests. You all had 2 capital funding requests. The first capital funding request was for MLK Community Center Phase 3. This was a request for $900,000 to renovate the southwest building of the MLK Community Center. The final capital budget, which is scheduled to be signed into law tomorrow, appropriated $927,000 to that project. Before you get too excited about that extra $27,000, it's allocated so that you can pay the Department of Commerce admin fee. The second capital funding request you all had outlined was a request for $500,000 for Road 80 neighborhood improvements. That exact amount was included in the final capital budget, and I believe because it's below the $500,000 or below, that admin fee doesn't apply. You all outlined 3 different transportation funding requests, $5 million for the Road 76 project, $3 million for the US 12 A Street traffic study, and $3.3 million for Lewis Street underpass demolition. We did some great lobbying and education on these 3 projects, not just me on the ground on a day-to-day basis, but several members of council made the trip over to Olympia and participated in advocacy for those 3 projects. At the end of the day, the transportation budget didn't fund any new projects, and so the city didn't receive funding for any of those. Neither did any other community in the state, so don't feel too bad. The one note I will make is, as a reflection of the advocacy work that was done, the Senate put forward a transportation proposal that would have funded new projects. It relied on a significantly higher gas tax increase, as well as transitioning the culvert obligation, the obligation to replace all the state-owned culverts, to the capital budget, and defunding several capital budget programs, including the Public Works Assistance Account. And it relied on a pretty hefty transfer from the operating budget to the transportation budget, which would have had to be backed by a larger tax increase to fund the operating budget. So by doing all of those things in the Senate's proposal, they were able to put forward a list of new projects that would receive funding, and the Lewis Street underpass demolition was included on their list of projects that would receive funding. At the end of the day, the legislature chose to be more modest with their tax increases than what the Senate had proposed. I wouldn't describe the tax increases as modest, but more modest than what was initially proposed. And so that was not those new transportation projects were allocated funding. But I just want to highlight that as a reflection of making progress. I know it can be frustrating that you all spend your time and energy to make trips over to Olympia. You see me spending time and energy, and city staff spending time and energy, and then to not get allocated funding can feel very frustrating. And I want you to know I certainly feel that as the person on the ground pounding the marble to make it happen. But looking at these little measures of like we are being heard and we are seeing progress help with that. In addition to your funding requests, you all have a series of policy statements that direct our advocacy on policy issues, and I want to express great gratitude also to city staff who assist me in reviewing the various different bills that are brought forward and ascertaining the impact specifically to the Pasco community. It could go on a variety of different policy areas, but this evening, with the short amount of time we have together, I wanted to highlight a few items for your consideration. The first one is around local community decision making. Over the last several years, we have seen the legislature advance this trend of preempting local control, particularly in the space of land use, in the notion or in the vein of trying to increase housing availability. We saw that trend continue this year. There were 3 major pieces of preemption that I wanted to highlight for you all this evening, and then the report captures probably about 15 additional bills. The first one is that the legislature is directing your ability to require parking for new construction. So for residential housing, you may not require more than 1 parking space per single family home or 0.5 parking space for a multifamily unit. And there's also a limit on the amount of parking you can require for commercial space per square footage. There are some different off-ramps that have been built into that legislation that we were able to get through advocacy and articulating to legislators some potential negative impacts of greatly reduced parking requirements, but largely the city will be in a position of having to follow the state law within the next, I think it's 3 years or 18 months, I can't remember, but within the near term. The second major piece of preemption occurred around lot splitting. The city will be required to offer a administrative ability to take 1 lot and divide it into 2. I am pleased to share with you that there were a lot of, I'll say, belts and suspenders built into that bill to make sure that the resulting 2 lots are buildable and that the resulting 2 lots cannot be further split into a subsequent 2 lots, which are both the buildability of the resulting lot and the sort of never-ending lot splitting were 2 concerns that were very strongly raised in previous legislative sessions. And then the third item was called the Housing Accountability Act. And what it does is it allows Commerce to go in and audit 10 jurisdictions per year to see whether or not you are adequately complying with the preemption or mandates that have been passed in the last handful of years by the legislature. The next item is on housing and homelessness. Democrats articulated their priorities on housing and homeless around stability, supply, and subsidy. On the supply side, they really focused on the land use bills I just outlined for you. On the subsidy side, they passed a rent stabilization bill that caps annual rent increases at 7% plus inflation, or 10%, whichever is less, and an even further reduced rent cap for mobile home parks. And then on the subsidy side, the legislature invested $600 million into the Housing Trust Fund and an additional $90 million into a program that helps connect infrastructure to housing to hopefully help get more units constructed. The third item is fiscal sustainability. On this one, I would like to frame it as the best defense is some offense. So through the course of my 18 years lobbying in Olympia, every time the legislature has faced a significant budget shortfall, they have balanced their budget by reducing state shared revenues. That did not happen this year. And it did not happen in large part because there was significant taxes raised, revenue raised through tax increases. But it also didn't happen because I think local governments came forward asking for greater fiscal sustainability, and they heard that outcry, and therefore those state shared revenues were not on the chopping block in the same way that they've been in previous years. So the good news is no cuts. The other piece of good news is a small amount of flexibility with your existing real estate excise tax revenues that allows you to spend some of that revenue on operating and maintenance rather than on new capital expenditures. So a little bit more flexibility with the dollars that you have. And then I'll just note that you all have had debate over the years on the 1% property tax cap. And so that was not an item that we weighed in on in any way, but the legislature had a robust discussion but chose not to advance forward any changes on that cap after the governor indicated he would be inclined to veto anything. Finally, on community safety, the legislature's biggest action was that they allocated $100 million to a grant program to hire law enforcement officers. To be eligible for that grant program, you do have to have either you or the county have to have an ongoing revenue source to support those positions. I'm not actually sure whether you all have one of those ongoing revenue sources in place, but if you don't, they provided you with councilmanic authority to increase the sales tax locally in order to provide that ongoing funding and take advantage of the grant funds. So that's a snapshot. That comprehensive written report that I mentioned goes into a lot more detail, and I could stand up here probably talking for an hour, and I won't. But that gives you some flavor of where some of the policy issues we worked on your behalf landed. I want to direct you to next steps. We had great success within the capital budget, getting 2 appropriations and between the 2 of them, greater than average dollar coming into the community compared to many others. And you all truly have an excellent delegation in the 14th, the 8th, and the 16th district legislators. And as you see them out in community or otherwise, please thank them. They have heard from me endless amounts of gratitude and appreciation, but it is very meaningful coming from you all, elected to elected. And I will be brainstorming with city staff different ways of more formally acknowledging and expressing our appreciation to our legislators. You all also have some work to do to implement not just some of the policies that they've passed, but also make sure we deliver on their funding. Anytime the legislature allocates us funding, we want to make sure that we can show them that groundbreaking or that ribbon cutting or the project moving forward as soon as possible. So we will get working on that. And it's never too early to start thinking about the next legislative session, because while we're not quite done with the governor's final action for 2025, January 12th, 2026 will be here before we know it. The next year of the legislative biennium will be a short legislative session. It'll last 60 days, and the legislature will be going in and making amendments to the budgets that they just adopted. I will note that it is possible, if not likely, that we will see a special session between now and January 12th that would be driven by actions at the federal level that would result in their budget no longer balancing. One of the things that was new this year in the budget is that the legislative budget writers are going to be receiving monthly fiscal reports from the Office of Financial Management on the status of revenue collections and expenditures, so that they can call a special session quickly if the budget really starts to get out of balance, in an effort to try and avoid getting to a $15 billion shortfall number like we saw this last year. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Brianna Murray, for your presentation on that. Definitely frustrating being a Washington State resident and seeing taxes continually go up. Wasn't it just a couple years ago the state of Washington had a surplus?
Yes, however, much of it was one-time dollars through ARPA.
Okay. How much was that surplus, just out of curiosity?
I don't know off the top of my head. Sorry, I'm happy to follow up.
Okay. Well, again, I really do appreciate your hard work getting the city of Pasco some big wins. I know Councilman Grimm is very unhappy that he doesn't get his road 76 overpass, the 76 Grimm overpass, as he called it. But, just joking. But anyway, I did want to let my other colleagues say a few words, but I know as a resident it is very frustrating to constantly see tax, and we tax our way out of issues. I know this isn't your doing, and again, I know our legislative groups very well, and I know they are trying. It's hard when you're in the minority and you have the majority choosing what and how whatever you think gets passed and what gets even read. So I do understand it. I'm just saying, and I'm sure you hear it all the time, that it's very difficult to be taxed every year. Then you wonder if you can continually stay in this state of Washington when it gets to retirement age. It just seems to be so difficult. But I do love the state, do love the trees, do love living here. I'm proud to be a Washingtonian. Just always frustrating that our state seems to want to tax their way out of stuff versus actually find better ways. And then, again, I would want to make a comment that what also is frustrating is we don't get money for some of these things that would alleviate traffic, like the Road 76 overpass, and yet the council then is blamed for not thinking ahead, and yet in reality we're asking for the state's help. They say no, and then you have heavy traffic, and the people say, well, what did the council, why did they resolve these issues when they had a chance? And it's because of stuff like this. So again, I realize you're doing your best. Again, I do want to say I appreciate it, just that as a councilman and as a citizen, it's very difficult to constantly hear no, and then you get blamed for it as far as you're not seeing into the future. So
yeah, one comment I want to make in response to that is that I really view our work together as identifying a legislative agenda where we can accomplish things for the Pasco community in the political environment we're in. You all on this dais can't control who has the majority in Olympia. I, single-handedly, as your advocate, cannot influence whether or not they're going to increase taxes or not. But what we can do is take advantage of different opportunities as they come about in the various political environments to make sure that there are investments being made in the Pasco community and do the best we can within the environment that does exist. And I do think that the legislative agenda we put together accomplished that. While we didn't get anything on the transportation front, we did on the capital front. I think we were asking for the right dollar amounts for the fiscal situation that the state was facing and the majorities that existed. So I hear your frustration, and also would encourage you to think about the approach to the city's legislative program as one of looking at how to make progress for the community in any environment.
Well, thank you for that. Again, sounds like we're on the same boat there. But thank you. We'll just turn over to Councilman Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Ms. Murray, for everything this season. Really, my sentiments are nearly identical to the Mayor Pro Tem's, and if I didn't have so much opportunity for personal interaction with you over the last legislative session, I probably wouldn't have turned on my light. But no, thank you for giving me every opportunity to advocate on behalf of the city and the mayor and the Mayor Pro Tem also when we were over there. All the meetings you set up, and then me springing on a last-minute visit that you still accommodated and was able to connect me to senators and legislators and everything. Really appreciate it. Yeah, of course I'm disappointed, as I would think most Washingtonians are. I mean, the highest tax package ever, so hard on the working class, the middle class, lower income workers. But, I think about those transportation projects not getting passed, but the way you word it, it's hard to imagine we could afford any more taxes at that point, and if that's all where it's coming from. And I am grateful that the governor threatened to veto the property tax increase and threw the majority party a curve, and I know that was kind of one of the scenarios playing out for most of the legislative session with the new governor, exactly how he was going to interact with them, and the fact that he stood his ground on a few key issues that I really appreciate. I think it made it a much more contested legislative agenda than perhaps we had, and I saw by the final number of bills that got passed. To me, that's a good thing when they pass less legislation out of Olympia. But, I just want to say in the time I was over there, it looked like you were very well received, you were very well respected and working hard. And even like I sent that picture, my daughter getting a selfie with the governor, and there's you and your assistant in the background working hard as I looked into the finer details. Just says so much about your work ethic over there and what you're doing on behalf of Pasco. So thank you so much.
Well, it's truly my pleasure. I love what I do, and I invite any of you to make the trip over to Olympia at any point during session, and happy to host you and get you connected and see part of our world.
Thank you for that. Do we have any other councilmen or on the dais here? No. Do we have any from Mr. Perales or Bras?
I was just going to say thank you to Brianna and her staff and colleagues for helping us out there in Olympia this past session. And she said it all in the presentation. I think a lot of things from this last session. Many people in the community, many people in office, like Mayor Pro Tem Milne said, are not very happy. And I think it's just, I think at the end of the day, maybe this time, with what we've seen come out of Olympia, people will start to wake up, engage with their local council members, engage with the representatives, to start going in a different direction in regards to policies. And I'll commend the governor for fighting back on a couple of these bills and what have you. But I think we're going to have come to Jesus moment in the next couple of years with these rising taxes and stuff. I'm sorry to go on a tangent, but definitely it struck a chord when listening to the presentation tonight. So again, thank you, Brianna. Thank you to Gordon Thomas Honeywell for all the hard work you guys have been doing. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilman Perales. Councilwoman Bras, do you have anything to say? Maybe we lost her. Anyway, since it's quiet, I guess we'll move on. Again, I do appreciate you taking time out of your day and driving all the way over here. And again, thank you for your hard work. I've seen you in action when we were there a few months back, and I know you are really trying hard. I try not to be negative, but it's very hard to read the news constantly and say, like, oh, crap, here comes something else. And especially when you go to other states and then you see gas so cheap, and then you come back to the state of Washington, and it just seems like we're being gouged. So, but again, thank you for everything you do. I do want that to be the main point. And again, thanks for all your hard work trying to make Pasco a great place. Thank you. Well, with that, we are going to move on to number 8, which is hearings and council actions on ordinance and resolutions related thereto. We have 8A, which is a public hearing for the 2026-2031 Transportation Improvement Program. And we are going to have a report from Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. we are talking about our 2026-2031 Transportation Improvement Program. And some of the slides will be a reminder of what we have been discussing since earlier this year, but I think is appropriate since this is a public hearing setting to provide all the information to the public. This program is evaluated yearly. It's a 6-year program that is proposed and updated every year in consideration of RCW 35-77-010. The deadline to get this program approved is July 1st of each year, in this case 2025, and it must include bicycle and pedestrian facilities, as well as be consistent with our comprehensive plans. Next slide, please. As we have talked in the past, this Transportation Improvement Program includes the names and scopes of the projects, the estimated cost, a proposed schedule. Those costs are then divided between the cost of each phase of the project, so design, right-of-way, and construction. For those that have all those phases, it also includes plans and studies, as well as programs, which are annual programs that are recurrent activities done to improve our transportation system. And it must list the anticipated funding sources. Many of those are not secured at the time the program is passed. Others have been secured and are indicated as such. This TIP is showing the projects that are anticipated to be delivered by the city. It does not include projects that are to be performed by private parties. And of course, we pay special attention to our federal and state funding, because this list is the base for the State Transportation Improvement Program, which is the way that we access those awarded funds through federal and state agencies. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have been working on this list for a couple of months now, and we had some outreach. So the current list that is provided to you in the current packet and in this presentation includes 44 projects, 3 programs, and 5 studies. So there are some inclusions from the prior version. All the work that has been done so far is starting from the prior TIP, so the previously adopted TIP, which is the 2025 to 2030 TIP, updating anything that has changed in those, from updates to schedule or changes in funding, any change to priorities that has been identified, maybe because a project is no longer needed or has become more important, so it has moved up or received funding that was not anticipated to be available this fast. So all those updates have occurred in the list. We completed our outreach efforts. There were in-person and online outreach opportunities, and we have incorporated the feedback both received here in the council chambers as well as in our public events, plus any comments that we receive online. Some of the comments were really related to O&M activities, so operations and maintenance, and so those are included in our list for addressing those as we do our daily work. Others resulted in addition to new items in this list. So what is still left to do is having this public hearing and confirming the prioritization so that later on this program can be adopted, and that is scheduled to occur in a couple of weeks. Next slide, please. Okay, so what you're seeing on the screen right now is the map that shows all the proposed improvements. You're seeing in anything that is lines, is a corridor improvement or an extension or a connection. Anything that looks like a traffic signal is an intersection improvement, not necessarily a signal, could be a roundabout, but it's a symbol that we use, which is easy to understand. And you are seeing all projects that have a location, and that includes also studies that have a location. There are some programs that are citywide, and those are not really represented in the map because of how difficult it is to identify that it's across the whole city. Next slide, please. Okay, so once more, this table is much easier to review in your packet, but it's showing the overall list of what we have, and I will call attention to the different colors. We have in the first segment in blue the projects. So those are projects that have design, sometimes right-of-way acquisition, and then construction. Call attention to those that are bolded. Those are new to this list, and I will tell you which ones those are. And then we have two projects that are shown in orangey color at the bottom of the first group of projects, and those are brand new, different, or new from the last list you saw as a draft in our previous meeting. So that's why we are trying to call attention to those, and I will go ahead and read what those are. Then in green we have programs, and at the bottom of our list are the studies, and there is also one bolded project there. Okay, so let me read to you what are the new projects that have been added. Okay, starting with project number 16. This is the Road 68 Payment Preservation Project that is new to this TIP, did not exist in the previous TIP that was adopted by you all. Number 30 is the 4th Avenue Pavement Preservation, which extends from I-182 to the county line. And then in orange, in the first group of projects, is the brand new project. You have not seen this one before in any draft list. That is project number 43, is the Road 44 FCID Canal Crossing. That is pedestrian facilities to cross the canal. It's a gap that has been identified and mentioned in prior meetings. And then item 44 is Core Street Safety Improvements Phase 2. And this was as a result of comments that we received during our meetings. It's pedestrian and bicycle facilities along that corridor extending between Road 68 and Road 96. And this is because there are safety improvements proposed in our current TIP that extend on either side of this segment, but this segment was not identified yet, and it's planned to be incorporated in this program should you desire to do so, likely in the later years of the plan. So it's a brand new project coming to add with the new time frame that we have in this program versus the prior one. And finally, the other new project to this, it is a study to this program is number 51, Road 68 and Taylor Flats intersection study. That is an intersection that didn't used to be city jurisdiction. It is now partially city jurisdiction, and with increased volumes and the configuration of that intersection that has 5 legs, it is likely we will have to find solutions for increasing safety at that location. Okay, so next slide it's the same list of projects, but in this case you are seeing the schedule in which they've been planned to be delivered. And along with that, you are seeing also the status of their funding. That's the very last column. And what you're seeing is that the vast majority of priorities 1 have funding secured, and that carries us pretty much to number 10. So there's at least 10 projects that are either fully funded or substantially funded. And then we have other projects that have partial funding and so on. So that is the current proposed prioritization of the projects and schedule. Next slide, please. And then this is our schedule that we had discussed earlier. You are seeing all the things, all the activities that have already occurred. We had several meetings in which we discussed this preliminary list, and we received feedback. We did outreach and received more feedback, incorporated the feedback, discussed the feedback with you. And so today we are right here in the public hearing date. And the next steps would be potential edits to DIP that could occur based on the feedback we received today and your direction. And the adoption prior to July 1st of 2025 is currently scheduled for June 16. And there is something weird happening with our slides, but I will confirm. Yes, June 16th is the tentative date for adoption of this plan. Should there be more changes by that date, we can still plan for a special meeting on the following Monday. So we have a lot of time and opportunity for making this program be exactly what you want to see. Next slide, please. Oh, perfect. So with that, that is an overview of our program. And I would be happy to answer any questions. And if there are no questions, we can move on to the public hearing. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you for that presentation. I know before I ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you before we do the public hearing, I had a question. Maybe you could kind of like run us through, like, say, for instance, on Road 100 in Court Street, where it's my area. We talked about the roundabout, and I know it's on here, but so say like in 2027, you don't get the 500,000. So obviously it wouldn't be completed. And again, it's hard to read some of these numbers because my eyes, I guess, aren't as good as I think they are. You're talking 2030 or 2031 for that to complete it. So what if there's another budget crisis? I mean, how does this work basically just for the people at home? We see it on the list. We see that's when it would happen or what should happen. But what if it doesn't? When? How long? I mean, does it just go with the first 10 get knocked off and then they move up in the list? Or how does that work where we have the most constituents complain that they want their stuff? Because I will say I've been trying really hard to go down Road 100. We got a constituent in the audience. And so I'm like, instead of taking the pathway along the park to Chiawana, I've been actually walking down Court Street more with my dog. And literally, I don't know if somebody was trying to scare me or what, but they were within a foot. And I was in the bike lane. And at night, and the wham went by me, I thought for sure they were trying to knock me out. And I'm totally shocked. But again, usually it's at nighttime where people really like fly down. And maybe they weren't paying attention, I don't know. But obviously I do think a roundabout would, because you would nail it going the speeds they're going. So getting off my tangent, what do you think would be more realistic in people in this area? And then like on funding, can you give us a quick overview of how this should work and how realistically it does work?
Yes, so the program itself proposes the schedule based on likelihood of receiving funds or having collected the funds. There are several mechanisms for collecting funds for projects. Of course, our arterial fund and streets funds are funded through gas tax and other utility tax revenue that is provided for street maintenance and improvements. Now, additional to that, there is the transportation impact fee, which could be one mechanism to partially fund projects, and that is a project that is included in the transportation impact fee list of projects. So that is another avenue. And then, of course, there's always the opportunity to pursue grants from federal and state agencies, and the city has a history of pursuing and receiving, thankfully, some of those grants. We anticipate that the future of grants for the foreseeable future will be a little bit drier than what it has been up until now. And Pasco has been very, very successful, so that may actually impact our likelihood of receiving additional funds, since when funds and resources are short, there is the feeling that funding agencies need to ensure that everybody's receiving a little bit, right? And so Pasco, having had so much success, may actually not be our best way to advocate for more funds. Now, the way our plan or program is proposed is based on reasonable expectation of receiving funds. So we believe that this is not too aggressive of a plan, and therefore we think that it is possible to receive funds. If funds were not available, typically what happens is year after year, as we look at TIP, we identify how much end balance is available and whether we've received the funds or not, and then we adjust priorities. As we have talked in the past, priority to safety issues is typically given over other amenities within the roadway. And so there is dollars that are good for maintenance, especially in the grant world and our own funds, and then dollars that are good for constructing new. And therefore, there is the possibility that the funds will not be available to do the full improvements that are planned, and then projects get reprioritized, whether that means that this project moves further out in the future, or other project gets moved down from the list and this one takes its place. And that is a call that is made during this TIP planning, and then if it's dependent on receiving funds that are external, is on the actual receiving those funds and securing them. So it's a combination of factors there. Hopefully that addresses
Yeah, that does. Again, just to clarify one quick thing. So, say like for instance this roundabout. I always love the idea. Always wanted to see it. And again, it's hard sometimes to rally people to a cause and to attend these meetings. But say you had 20, 30 people come to a meeting, everybody said the exact same thing. Would that like up the scale, or would it mainly just be the same? I mean, if everybody comes out and says, "This is what we really want. We want Court Street, Road 100, roundabout," does that like jack it up, or does it mainly stay the same? I mean, I'm just asking,
I understand. So yes, we appreciate public input. I cannot underestimate the amount of data that is used to prioritize things. And so as an engineer, for good or for bad, I make decisions based on data. And so we take into consideration crash data, analysis on volumes, and then prioritize based on that. Similarly, as we talk about different treatments for addressing an issue, we look at the possibilities of how to solve that and evaluate which alternative is the one that produces the best results, at the same time with, balancing use of resources. And so that is a equilibrium that we try to have. And yes, we value input. We want to know where people are experiencing issues, but certainly at the time of prioritizing, we're also looking at data.
Okay. Well, again, I know sometimes you have data and how many people get hit and stuff like that moves it up, but then at the same time, we don't want anybody getting hit. So again, this is another frustration. You can only do so much with so much money, but as council, I will say if you walk down Court Street at night on the pathway, where there's some people that, if there was a cop there, man, he'd be given ticket after ticket after ticket, because it's sometimes it feels like a racetrack, and I'm not wearing a helmet. So, but anyway, so I don't want to talk all the time. Let's go with Councilman Grimm, and then we'll work this way.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Director Sarah, for your presentation. Thank you for all your work on this. And I know why we have been successful in getting so many grants. I've had a couple of different little birdies tell me you are excellent at writing grants. So thank you for all the funds you're able to get us for the city of Pasco. And I look at this list and, holy smokes, we are a growing city, and there's just a vast amount of projects. It's almost just pretty overwhelming, just the financial impact and just the needs of the city. And so I really appreciate you prioritizing and getting these all the way down. Even the very last one, I mean, it's like number 52, but just the sign reflectivity analysis implementation, how important that is. I mean, I've seen the new signs with the red strips down and the larger stop signs. Those things really do help. And there's so many, crashes at intersections, like I was just talking about earlier in my reports, the comprehensive safety plan, that I think those things really will help. So I appreciate you including that on the list. I see over there, just in my district, the traffic analysis for US 12 and just how important the need is over there. I mean, there's so much focus on West Pasco, but just over there, I mean, there's a huge need with congestion, and we've had some serious accidents over there. I just want to ask a specific question, though. Up towards the top of the list, I see Court Street. It was one of the new ones added, the pavement preservation south, not Court Street, south 68 between 182 and Court Street there. And just not to get too far in the weeds, but I look at that section of the roadway, especially between I-182 and Argent, and think, aren't we planning on widening that at some point anyways between Argent and the interstate? And how does that, because I didn't see it on the list, and how does that get prioritized? I mean, I drive up 68 every day, and my old war wagon bounces up and down. It really needs help too. But if you could just talk briefly about the priorities there, and perhaps when maybe 182 to Argent might end up on this list.
Yes. So this project addresses specifically pavement preservation, the one that you're seeing in number 16. And the reason for it is there's the opportunity to apply for funds through a national grant, which is specific to pavement preservation. This is, I believe, the last corridor that the city is to overlay, utilizing the funds through that program. And so we incorporated it because we had already kind of tackled the other corridors that were eligible, and that is NHS corridors, so National Highway System corridors. So that you're seeing that project there. We have areas that have been recently incorporated and others that were city. So it's a combination of kind of joint jurisdiction, which sometimes made it hard to do pavement preservation. And therefore, now that the vast majority is city, we have worked with the county, and we have collected information, and we're able to address those needs for pavement preservation specifically. As far as widening, we did find that the prior TIP did not include a widening, but our CIP did, and we did some research, and we believe it was prudent to wait until our transportation system master plan was updated, which is underway, and determine whether that project was adequate and consistent with our patterns of development, and whether that needed that additional lane or not. It was going to be a pretty expensive project, and knowing what we know about grant funding, we thought that it wasn't very prudent to add it to this list yet. Of course, if this is something that you really want to see added, we could add it. It could be, our addition maybe after item 44, could be item 45, and then we have it in the list, and we keep an eye out for it and see what the results of that TSMP tells us, right, with the new land use and volumes and so on, to identify exactly what is needed. That is in areas it is 2 lanes, in areas it's 3 lanes, and so if we were to widen, like, is this a 5-lane corridor? 5-lane might be excessive. And then 4-lane has the problem of the left turns, right? So there's some further analysis that are going to be needed to support the widening as we understand it. And I do have my engineering manager in the audience in case he wants to add anything. But I think that's why we have what we have today in the list.
Okay, no, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, and I'd much rather have an overpass than, that wide. No, and I appreciate all your work on it. And I've got an idea for pavement preservation, too, that maybe I can catch you and the city manager offline and try to work through or whatever to preserve more of our roadways. So thanks again for all your work.
Well, thank you, Councilman Grimm. And just in case you don't know, we do appreciate all the work. We appreciate all the grants. I know sometimes members up here on the dais don't say it, but I know we all do really appreciate you guys, everything you can do to make Pasco a better place and the roads better. It's always appreciated. I'm not seeing anybody else's lights. And Councilman Perales, do you have anything you'd like to mention or have a question?
I have a comment. I sent the email off earlier. I just want to put it on the record. I would like to see a potential project, a enhanced crosswalk at Road 44 and Hilltop Drive. And really, across the whole city, I think we should be partnering with the school district to find funds to enhance our crosswalks for our kids. So here's my plug. It's for the kids. It's not for me. It's not for my district. It's for our children who are trying to get to school in the mornings. And we all know we have a speeding problem, and we want that dedicated traffic unit. So, but this came across my emails, and I've had phone calls about this intersection, but I really just want to say we need to be doing this, enhancing our crosswalks across the whole city. So I'll go ahead and put that on the record. Also, too, I like where Mayor Pro Tem Milne was going with the roundabout, and I think we should probably seek out, like we're doing right now, comments from the public about what they would like to see done first as a priority. I know we have a list of stuff, and staff gets together the data and stuff and then believes that we should go after funding for this project or that one. But I think from time to time we should really sit down and really look at this list and decide which ones we believe should be a priority and kind of compare that to what the community believes is a priority, and then direct staff to go seek funding for those projects. So that's just my 2 cents, and I'll yield. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Councilman Morales. So with that,
May I address one of the comments? I appreciate the email. I received it. We appreciate making us aware of crossing issues. And then as far as collaborating with school district, our engineering team has a standing meeting with school district staff specifically to discuss future projects and support for infrastructure surrounding schools. Every 2 years, there is a call for projects for grant funding specific to Safe Route to School, and historically we've been successful. We actually are about to put out to bid a project for 2 crossings that were highlighted, and so this will be added to our recurring conversations, and we will identify this and any other location that can be paired up so that it's an attractive project for funding. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for the comments.
Thank you.
With that, I'm not seeing any other ones, so I want to open it up for a public hearing and hear from the public. So with that, and people that would like to speak, we'll give you 3 minutes. Please, again, bring your comments to just 3 minutes. And with that, I'd like to know, do we have anybody from the audience that would like to speak on this topic? Mr. Green?
My name is Dallas Green. I live in West Pasco. Real quickly, Project 20, Road 100 and West Court intersection. I recognize the comments tonight about roundabout or stop where signal, and I really believe living nearby, we should look at a roundabout. It will allow flow, but also slow traffic. I think a signal, because I'm a traffic engineer in my dreams, not in real life, I think a signal will allow people with a steady green at night or whenever just to bomb down that street. So if we have a roundabout, that works 24/7. Project 28, pedestrian bike safety on West Court between 96 and Harris. The 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, believe it or not, Councilwoman, is working pretty well. It's slowed, I believe, anecdotally, the average speed. But we still need the radar feedback signs that the council voted for, and also the striping. And I know there's some engineering involved in that, getting some approvals done in that, but we are now in the spring season. As you know, that path is busy. It's busy at night, it's busy during the day, and people are inches away, and he's not kidding when he sees it. Coming up on that, look at that project, $7 million, that's number 28. That's a lot of money that we hope to get someday. And I think that's kind of a pie in the sky. And, you know, as you know, I've brought a lot of residents to these meetings, 50 some at a time. They're terrified of Sylvester Street. I don't know anyone that goes down Sylvester and thinks it's a workable street plan. And residents on that street don't like it. You have vehicles delivering FedEx, UPS, whatever, they're having to stop in the roadway. And we just cannot allow that to be repeated, not just on West Court Street, but anywhere in the city. So if Project 28 moves forward, I do believe there should be some public input, and that needs to be considered in what's done, as well as looking at stats. But we need to make sure that we've got something that's workable for all parties, the users of the trail as well as the residents. Last thing real quick, I think the traffic improvement plan, is always kind of a reactive thing, fixing problems. And I really want to address, what are we doing with developers to make sure we're not chasing the problem 10, 20 years later? And I think the city has to think about that when they're looking at their planning and when they issue permits, how they issue permits. Look at what Ken Oak's done with fire stations, creating a special district, in effect, where if you want to build in this zone, you're going to contribute as a developer to fire protection. You're also going to contribute, in my book, to traffic flow. We notice people 300 and some feet out. Why aren't we making those developments pay for traffic impact 300 and some feet out or more? And I think it's going to really start at the planning level with your input. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else from the audience that would like to talk about this? My second call. And third and final call for public comments regarding the topic. Not seeing anybody. So again, thank you for that. So we're going to close the public hearing. And with that, we'll move on to number 9, ordinances and resolutions not related to hearings. And we have number A, resolution number 4601, setting a date to consider a notice of intent to commence annexation proceedings for SG Management LLC and Oregon Farms LLC annexation. And again, we got, it's going to be a report from Haley Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is a resolution to establish a date to consider the intent to annex these 2 properties in Pasco. And when the date is set, then we will review the details with Council, and then eventually we'll have another meeting for the official annexation proposal. So this is part of the process. The applicant has met all the procedural requirements to staff, so we're forwarding it to the group to set a public or a meeting date to consider this notice on June 2nd. Happy to answer any questions.
All right. Do we have any other questions before we do a motion? I'm not seeing any. We'll give Mr. Perales a second, but
nothing to add, sir.
Okay. Well, with that, I'd like to get a motion from Mr. Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4601, setting 7 o'clock p.m. June 2nd, 2025, as the time and date for a public meeting with the initiators to consider the SG Land Management LLC and Oregon Farms LLC notice of intent to commence annexation of short plat 2021-08 Lot 2 and short plat 2022-32 Lot 1 property located south of Burns Road and east of Shoreline Road in Section 12, Township 9 North, Range 28, East Westernmost.
Second.
Thank you. So we have the motion by Councilman Harpster and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. And with that, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Looks like that one carries unanimously. So we're going to go on to B, resolution number 4602, setting date and time for right-of-way vacation public hearing for Wanderack. And again, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. This is also a resolution to set this is a public hearing date for right-of-way vacation for Wanderack, and this is a property located over on 2502 North 4th Avenue, and this is a fueling station, and the front portion of their property that faces the street has a right-of-way there, and this was initially brought to staff in 2024, and we were researching whether the state owned it or the city owned it, and we landed on the conclusion that the city of Pasco does have ownership over this, so the applicant will be proposing to vacate this portion, and council will be hearing this matter during a public hearing on this date if the date is set tonight. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. So with that, can I get a motion, Mr. Harpster? Councilman Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4602, setting 7 o'clock p.m. Monday, June 16th, 2025, as the time and date for a public hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of right-of-way along North 4th Avenue in Pasco, Washington, and waiving the requirements for an appraisal, title report, and payment of compensation.
Second.
So we got a motion by Councilman Harpster and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say... Thank you. All those opposed say nay. Again, passes unanimously. So with that, we're going to move on to item C, which is resolution number 4603, setting date and time for right-of-way vacation public hearing for Pasco School District. And again,
Thank you. A little bit of repetition tonight here. So this resolution is for the school district, and they are proposing to vacate parts of the right-of-way along North Utah Avenue and then East Salt Lake Street. On their property boundary, there's a jog that goes into their site, and it looks like they don't need that much room to provide the frontage improvements. And then there will be also a dedication on North Welch Avenue to facilitate North Welch Avenue extension. So the date proposed for this is June 16th. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that, Director Haley Miller. Do we have any questions from the council on this? I'm not hearing any. So with that, I'd like to get a motion from Councilman Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4603, setting 7 o'clock p.m. Monday, June 16th, 2025, as the time and date for a public hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of North Utah Avenue and East Salt Lake Street right-of-way in Lot 1, Block 18 of Fraze Addition to Pasco, Washington, and a North Weehee Avenue dedication of Lot 1, Block 19 of Fraze Addition to Pasco, Washington.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Harpster and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? So we have an aye there. So again, passes unanimously. So we're going to move on to 10, unfinished business. I'm not seeing anything, so let's move on to 11, new business. Again, I'm not seeing anything listed, so let's move on to number 12, miscellaneous discussion. And it looks like we got Mr. Eric Ferguson, lawyer.
I'm actually going to have Director Miller start off with an update for city activities that have been happening.
Okay.
Thank you. Quick update for the group. We had a third-party canvasser start with the City of Pasco this last Monday. I believe it was the 12th. So they have been out there 5 days in a row, and they were able to make contact with five different vendors and move them along and educate the vendors on the process. So far, 5 for 5. I'm not guaranteeing they're not going to come back into the area or end up somewhere else, but the 5 that we were able to make contact with were asked to move along and pack up, basically, if they weren't able to show they had the proper approval. So I believe it's going well. If you do see a roadside vendor out in a location consistently and want to let me know, feel free to email, I guess, Dave and CC me and let me know, and we can emphasize those areas for you. But so far, it's going well.
All right. Well, thank you for that update. Was there anything else from staff that would like to, Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah. So essentially, I just wanted to circle back. Last time we talked about this a couple weeks ago, the kind of the marching orders, as I understood them anyway, was to make sure that we looked at this issue with the other cities, get a sense of what our other neighbors are doing, and then also see if there's just something that we don't have that everybody else has, kind of a silver bullet. Is there just something is this just new to us, kind of thing? So we did a couple things in order to start that process. The main thing we did was we reached out to Richland and Kennewick. Didn't hear back from Richland, but I did have an extended conversation with the city attorney for Kennewick, which was kind of a nice treat. We were able to really dig into this issue quite a bit. And essentially, I think the article, a lot of folks saw the article in the paper, and it talked about kind of what their approach is. But essentially, excuse me, they're not too worried about it. That was kind of the takeaway that I got. And that's not from the city attorney. That's not his assessment. That's just based on the conversations that it sounds like that have been dealt with. It sounds like it hasn't been as prolific, maybe. I don't know if that's the right use of that word in this sense. But it also it seems to be the issue that they were addressing they felt it was more related to seasonal aspects, in terms of that it goes away pretty quick after this kind of the spring kind of run at it, and then they really weren't getting a whole lot of complaints. It sounds like that. I don't mean to be putting words in their mouth. This is just kind of my assessment from the conversations in the article. But so it doesn't sound like they're in any hurry to try to do anything about it, and they're just going to kind of stand down and stay where they're at. The other thing that we did was I took the effort to get on what's referred to as the WASAMA listserv, which is the Washington State Association of Municipal Attorneys, and put out a very specific inquiry related to this. It's one of the few times where we can do that where we don't have to worry about any kind of privilege, because obviously this is a big issue that we're not seeking legal advice. We're just trying to gather policy advice online. So I received a whopping 0 responses from about 200 to 300 attorneys statewide. So normally someone will just ping you and say, how's the weather over there? But I didn't even get that. So yeah, I was disappointed in that. I thought for sure that there would be a little more out there. One of the things that did come out of my conversation with the Kennewick City Attorney was that apparently their current city manager was the former city manager in Battleground, and she was she had stated, or he told me that she'd stated that they had tried to address something like this in Battleground and to take a peek there. So we did. We went to Battleground, looked at their statute or their code sections, and unfortunately, it's not really helpful. It's. I see why people might think that it would be a little more helpful because of the way it's titled. It's called mobile food units, and so it looks like it might be a little different than what we're normally looking at. But essentially, when you read it, it is essentially the exact same thing as what we do under mobile vendors. Now, the one little nuance, they have this description of where a mobile food unit has to be must have, quote, wheels and be attached and be readily movable. So clearly that's not anything remotely close to what we're talking about with this situation. So anyway, I guess a long way to say that Battleground wasn't a whole lot of help. We didn't. That wasn't really what we were looking for. So with that being said, really what we're stuck with is kind of on our own in terms of like really kind of pioneering this and seeing, okay, what would this look like and what do we have? So to that analysis, that's really where kind of the legal analysis kicks in. And this statute is very interesting. It's very broad. I don't know if for folks like me who get excited about stuff like this was actually originally passed in 1897. That is 9 years after statehood for those that are keeping track at home. And it was really interesting because the title of the act in the Session Law of 1897 stated that it was an act to permit farmers, gardeners, and manufacturers to dispose of the products of their labor. So that was essentially the overarching title of it. It's changed a few times in terms of adding some language. They struck some language that talked about that they struck out a bunch of fish and milk and poultry and stuff like that. But long and short of it is it's really been around for a long time, and pretty much it's standard form. It shall be lawful for any farmer, gardener, or other person without license to sell, deliver, or peddle any fruits, vegetables, berries, butter, eggs. So it's still pretty close to the way it started, and there's been a few iterations. But really, what it comes down to is the statute that we start with really is an exception to, and these are rare situations when the legislature. Maybe not so rare anymore, but they used to be rare situations when the legislature would really preempt local government's authority to regulate certain things. And so this was kind of an extraordinary thing that really limits the local government's ability to regulate something. So it really just takes it off the table the way it's drafted. So it's a very strong, broad statement right at the get-go. I'll just refresh everybody's recollection here. It shall be lawful for any farmer, gardener, or other person without license to sell, deliver, or peddle any fruits, vegetables, berries, eggs, or any farm produce or edibles raised, gathered, produced, or manufactured by such person, and no city or town shall pass or enforce any ordinance prohibiting the sale by or requiring license from the producers and manufacturers of farm produce and edibles as defined in this section. So that's a really broad statement there, and so broad, in fact, that that's why it's accepted in our mobile vending stuff. So. And as we talked about last time, this is really this one little narrow area, which is we're not talking about folks that are selling food, any kind of food products that's been produced or manufactured in any way. We're talking about produce, and that's not as clear either in some of our analysis in terms of trying to analyze, does that include flowers, which we do believe it does based on the statute. So anyway, long and short of it is, what it really comes down to is we're really talking about this narrow little area we know we can't regulate. The statute couldn't be clear that we can't require a license on private property. We know we have our mobile vending requirements or our ordinances that allow to regulate who can sell these food products, and then those do allow some use of the right-of-way, but it's very specific in our code as to how that can be utilized. Then we have people who sell certain things along the roadway that we know we can regulate that, like products, things that they may sell, kites or what have you, other items. Excuse me. So we know that those can be regulated. So this is just one of those really narrow situations where you have a statute that says you otherwise can't regulate this activity, but you do have, these are your rights of way. This is the local government does have the ability to regulate what goes on in the right of way. So it's a nuance. I will say this though, the one thing that really, one of the things that we started to look at, well, would there be a way to have, say, a permit for this type of activity, since you're essentially giving someone the ability to be in your right of way to sell, to engage in this activity. And we know we can actually regulate this activity on private property if somebody calls the police department and they come out and say, get them off of my property, right? That's trespass, right? So what would be the equivalent of a civil situation where the local government may or may not be willing to give its permission to be in the right of way? So our thought was, well, maybe this would be some kind of permit, not a license in the sense of like a business license, but some kind of a permit to do a certain activity in a certain place. And that's not going to work. If it's specifically related to this activity, a permit and a license are going to be looked at interchangeably. One of the Cornell Law School, they have a website that does a lot of definitions, and license is defined multiple different times in the RCWs, not in this particular section, so it kind of amalgamates them all. But the definition that really seems to be stated over and over again is generally a license is permission granted by a qualified authority permitting a licensee to do something that would otherwise be prohibited. License may also refer to the physical document granting such permission, sometimes referred to as a permit. So there we're right back to where we started. So I think there could be a way to regulate your right-of-ways in a way that would make sure that anybody engaged in any particular activity had to adhere to certain standards. We have some guardrails kind of outside of that. Don't block traffic. We have some kind of criminal statutes that if they're really causing some kind of disorderly conduct or something like that, those are clear. But you would have to be unrelated to this specific activity. So what I'm getting at is we were hoping that there would be a very precise tool that we could find and utilize and give the council an option to adopt a policy that would really engage in just regulating this one particular aspect. And I don't think I don't think we're going to be able to get there from here. I think the way it's going to have to go is you're going to have to really look and say, this is about permission to be in the right of ways for all activities, and they're all going to require a certain amount of licensing. But if it's specifically related to this activity, it's going to be viewed as requiring a permit to do an activity that the state says that you're otherwise allowed to do. So with that, sorry, I don't mean to go on and on, but we've had quite the law school debates about this. So anyway, happy to try to answer any questions, but a whole lot of talk to tell you that this is new, and this would be something that that would have risk.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Ferguson. Do we have something from Councilman Grimm?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson, for digging in and trying to get to the bottom of this and really just giving us more information than what we had before. And I appreciate that. Just a couple follow-up questions. The first one that comes to mind, I guess I don't think anybody has an issue with what's going on private property. I mean, ultimately, that's for those property owners to deal with and all that. The complaints that I've heard are especially along the Road 68 corridor when they are on the sidewalks. Perhaps maybe it's a fruit, maybe it's a knickknack, but here's the light changing, and suddenly you're waiting for heavy traffic already, and people to set down their phones and their cars, and now we have to wait, for a transaction to finish. And so I think the right-of-way regulation is that's the feedback I've heard from the community that I think just creates a safety concern, and so I don't know if there is a way of pursuing or a resolve to do so. But the other aspect, I mean, are we liable for this if there is an issue there? I mean, do we have a liability in this? And what can we do to mitigate our liability? Or, I mean, can we name the state as a, I guess,
third party.
Yeah, I think you need a lawyer to straighten it out for me. But, I mean, what do we do with that?
That's a great question, and I think it's an open question, and I certainly obviously wouldn't want to speculate about it in this venue, but that is something that we would want to look at because I think those risks are always there. Anytime that you have something that is controlled by the city, that's something that you're going to want to be careful to make sure that you knew or should have known that you're regulating or that you're taking any kind of safety precautions. So again, I don't want to try to give legal advice in open session, but I am worried about that.
Okay, yeah, and I guess that would just be my one concern. Again, private property is private property, but again, I look at one of the busiest intersections in the entire Tri-Cities where it's prone to crashes, it's prone to safety issues, so much so that we've put a red light camera there to try to mitigate some of those. And so I guess that would be the one thing that I would hope we would have the resolve to maybe move forward is just in those areas to look at that. But that's just my opinion. Thank you again for all your work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilman Grimm. Do we have any other staff? I know we have a Memorial Day agenda here, so if I could probably get
I will actually just hand it over to Director Rice, who will talk about the upcoming event and then do a brief update on Memorial Pool.
Okay, thank you for that.
Good evening, Councilor Mayor. So next Monday, Memorial Day service at City View Cemetery, starting at 11 a.m. So looking forward to host that between, again, 11 and 12 noon. We'll have one of our own staff as our primary speaker, as well as the mayor to kick that event off. So also make note that no council meeting next Monday, because that will shift to Tuesday as well. I think more on that if we need. But otherwise, I do have an update on our Memorial Pool Dome project I want to share with you, some of the progress that we've made, some of the items that we've discovered and some additional expenditures due to those, so that council is up to date as we try to wrap up this project in the next week and bring that project bid closure to you soon. So brief update, 2018, the city recognized the need to have a year-round swimming pool in the community and decided to add an air dome cover project to Memorial Pool to the capital improvement plan. 2024, City Council approved the purchase of the pool dome cover, so manufacturing could begin for delivery in 2025. And then just this March, the city awarded EFS Construction the contract to install the pool dome foundation and deck totaling $757,000 for completion prior to the general pool opening. So kind of brought us up to date. As with several projects, particularly something that was built in the 1950s and has been remodeled through the years, there are several unknowns that have been discovered since construction started, resulting in about 64,000 of approved or pending change orders to allow planned public opening of the pool. The change orders will be presented as part of the project acceptance, but wanted to review them now as we are incurring the costs as the project completes. Further delay to the pool usage impacts our lifeguard training, resulting in delays to general pool opening and swim lessons. So if we hadn't kept moving forward, it just kind of cannonball right into the middle of summer, which we've been trying to avoid, especially with the start of our swim lessons. So a couple examples of these. Shade structure. We had a pretty large shade structure that was installed several years ago. We found that the contractors found the foundation encroached in the pool decking area that we needed to replace. And not only did it encroach, it was a very large chunk of concrete holding that in, so it required additional labor and equipment to remove. We found an unknown manhole in the parking lot requiring a reset for future access and maintenance. We think this is from the 2009 construction project when we did the last remodel there. So you can kind of see it buried in the middle, but that required resetting and setting to the level of the parking lot so we can maintenance that in the future. The previous pool remodel backfill was unstable. You see it's a combination of this pea gravel and the sand. It was continued to fall in, so it required additional labor and forms to stabilize for the new pour. They located the original abandoned pool deck, which I think would have been from 2 remodels ago. As you can see, this rebar on the left side of the picture that needed to be cut out and removed. Not only the removal, but then we needed to procure additional concrete to help fill that back to the deck level. And then a couple of additional things. We paid for a couple of extra work days or overtime for they're working 4-10 schedule, so either Friday or Saturdays to help round out those days, keep the project moving. Additional labor materials to support the installation of the bulkhead, which is ultimately the pool lane divider that we'll use when the dome covers on to expand swim opportunity. Discovered unknown fiber optics line, gas line, and fence line that all intersected together in the same spot, so we've worked on moving those things around. Labor and industry required some electrical bonding to reduce stray electrical current throughout the system, and then some additional electrical changes related to changes in the foundation. But the project is on track to be completed by May 26th. Facility staff have been given the go-ahead to start draining the water out of the pool and then filling up this week. Recreation staff will perform lifeguard certification in the following weeks. We'll slip in a quick swim meet, and then the pool will be open to the public on June 14th. Everything progresses as planned this week. And then pool dome delivery will be in September with installation to follow right after the end of the swim season in October. So far on track, but as council has asked before, they'd like to hear about some potential changes before we expend them. This is kind of like the middle ground because I'm expending them, but I'm giving you the heads up that I'm spending them. So hope to be a little bit more project timing where we can stall the project and seek permission first, but doing the best we can to tell you what's going on. With that, any questions?
Do we have any questions from the council? I'm not seeing anything, so thanks for the update, Director Rice. I do appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, I'm not seeing anything else, so we're going to jump to number 13, which is exec session, and I'm not seeing anything listed, so hallelujah on that. And so at 9 o'clock, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the City Council special meeting of Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. I know it is odd for us to meet on Tuesdays, but yesterday was a Memorial Day, so hopefully you all celebrated that and remembered those who have fallen before us. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll call us in.
Yes. Council members Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell.
Present.
Grimm. Okay. Harpster.
Present.
Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
I'm present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here, and I apologize, I did skip over our typical read-in, so for those following along, their agenda packet's available on the back of this table right there, next to Mr. Grambois, who's there presently. For those following along, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. The meeting's televised on PSC-TV, channel 191 in Spectrum. In Pasco and Richland, it's streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meeting is available on the city's website. The public may submit comments either using the Ask Pasco app or through the city clerk or city manager's office. With that, we've had the roll call read, and if you'd all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. That'll move us along to item number 4, which is our public comment period of the special meeting. The public may make comment on topics scheduled for final action identified in the agenda for this special meeting. Citizen comments are normally limited to 3 minutes by the clerk and myself and via the clock. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments or submit written information to either the clerk or to council through the city manager's office. Lastly, if you're called upon, please state your name and your county of residence. So with that, if you have public comment on final actions to be taken in this special meeting, I invite you to the podium. Going once? Going twice? 3 times? With that, we have no public comments. We'll move along to item number 5, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating thereto. We do have a couple of items here. We got A and B. And the first one is item A, ordinance number 4767, Transportation Impact Fee Program. It looks like Ms. Sarah is going to be presenting that.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We will have. Okay.
Mayor?
Can I make it work?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Prowse, I didn't see your light.
I'm sorry about that. I was, in the interest of time, I want to make a motion to postpone the vote on the traffic impact fee program. I have reservations, so I'd like to make a motion to postpone it until the school impact fee, ILA, and all that stuff gets figured out. I don't think adding another fee on top of other fees, perhaps that shouldn't be in motion right now. It's not prudent to do with a lot of the housing affordability issues we see, and so rather than have Director Sarah give us a presentation, I just want to cast or make a motion for that, and if that can pass, and we can bring this back at another date.
Got a motion to table this vote until the school impact fee ILA is addressed. Do we have a second, Mr. Harpster?
I'll second with discussion.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. Let's open the floor for discussion.
I would just say I concur with Ms. Prowse's comments. If there's a way that we could vote on it this evening and ensure a specific date that it does not go into effect till, I'd also be open to that, but I think the easiest path may be to just postpone it until such time as Mr. Prowse mentioned. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any further discussion? I will note that I believe I was CC'd on an email from Mr. Grimm indicating similar thoughts. I don't want to speak for you, Charles, but I don't hear you. Mr. Grimm, can you hear us? And if so, oh, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my thoughts are pretty much spoken in the email. I just don't think it's fair to the developers of the Pasco home to have both these on the books at the same time. And just in case there's a hiccup at the school level or something, I would be concerned about passing something totally dependent on them, on a certain date for them. Yeah, that would be my chief concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So if we were to table this, do we have an idea of like how long this would be tabled or what would be recommended? I'm not sure if you're aware of. I mean, when would you say realistically that this would come out with what Mr. Councilman Perales is talking about? What kind of time frame are we looking at?
Well, just from a procedural standpoint, the one of the things you have to do with an ordinance is it has to have an effective date. You can make that date very well into the future, but that's why they call it an effective date, not an effective event. So you can sometimes make things condition precedent so that things have to happen before something else takes place. But the problem with this situation is that the ordinance is going to modify large portions of the code, and so you really would need to have an effective date, say January 1, 2026 or something like that, if you went forward on one of these options. So it really, from a procedural standpoint, if the council wants an absolute guarantee that something's going to happen prior to moving forward, then tabling it would be the preferred route, I would think, because if you pass something and make it effective, then you may have to come back and unpass it later on.
Okay. Well, thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing that, I liked Mr. Harpster's idea of utilizing a condition precedent, but hearing from our legal counsel that's not advisable. I do think it makes sense to sit on this until we have things worked out with the school district. I appreciate the points before me not needing to re-raise them. Any further discussion? If not, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote on this one, Ms. Clerk. Sorry, just to remind folks, because it's been a while since the motion was made, this would be to table this to a date. Do we want to set a date post enactment of the school district, like the first regular meeting? I guess that's technically a modification. So at this point, it's just open-ended. And then we can direct staff the time according to if we move.
It sounded like, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Perales, but I thought the motion was to table this until such time as the school impact fee amendment can be effective. Is that correct?
Okay.
And you can make that an event.
Okay. Sounds good, Mr.
I would just say, yeah, my suggestion, this is the way council wants to go, would be to just schedule them both for the same night. You can deal with the school impact fee. That'll have an effective date. You can match the effective date of the school impact fee, the effective date of the traffic impact fee.
Are you requesting that in the motion, or is that something we can direct that's adequate direction?
I think if there's no objection to council, I think we can staff can just bring it back at the same time. I don't know we necessarily need that as part of the motion.
Any objections to that approach? Okay, so with that, I think we know what we're going with. We got to vote here, Ms. Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Grimm. Councilmember Grimm.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Okay, so sounds like you all know what you're doing and we know what we're doing, right? Thank you. Thank you for being prepared, Miss Sarah. With that, we'll move along to item B, which is joint resolution number 4604, extension of the interlocal and financing lease agreement for the HAPO Center facility until December 31, 2025. Interim City Manager Zabel, looks like it's yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. So, as Council is well aware, the city and county have had a long-standing partnership over HAPO Center for about the last 30 years. And that partnership, for the benefit of the audience, exists formally through an interlocal agreement, which actually dates back prior to that, 1994. A little bit of history over the years. Pasco's invested about $7.7 million into that facility. The majority of it, $5.6 million for operational subsidies per the agreement, and about $2.1 million for 20 years worth of loan payments towards the initial capital outlay for construction of the project itself. So the original agreement was a 30-year agreement, and it was set to expire on May 24, 2024. Council extended that agreement in December of 2024, and we're now coming up to the expiration of that agreement, which will be in May 31st of this year. So we have to act fairly quickly. So we've been, we have a committee of council members, staff, and then some other meetings have occurred, and trying to get us to probably an extension. There was no way we were going to be able to, in the amount of time we had left when we really started meeting with the council or the commission, no way really to pull together a comprehensive agreement in just a couple months. And so we pulled together with their cooperation just a brief extension. We talked about this a little bit at the retreat and got some direction from council that council would be willing to entertain an extension to the end of this year. But council had some conditions on that extension. There were some things that they specifically wanted to talk about having to do with governance, which has been an area of discussion over the course of the agreement, finances, whether that's capital or operational, even down to what the facility, what's the best use for that facility. We talked about review of cost centers and when it comes to finance, to look at operating revenues and expenses and make some fresh determination as to whether or not the split, the 50-50 split that's in the ILA now is appropriate. So that there's about probably 12 or so items that are listed in the resolution. Those are not necessarily demands in that resolution. They're really a list of topics that we're going to talk about that we're interested in the council, and they're not all inclusive either. The guy invited the county to add anything to the list they wanted to. They felt that was a pretty good list to talk about, but there's maybe other items come up during the course of those negotiations. So this extension gives some time to talk about these and other issues, and ultimately for the county commissioners and the city council to decide at the end of the day whether or not they want to continue the relationship through a successor interlocal agreement or a pretty beefed up extension that would probably very much modify the initial thing. I think one other piece of that is that I want to bring up, because it's something that we've talked about quite a bit, is the disposition of the land leased by the city or by the county, by the city from the county for the ball fields. And so that's also another piece of that. As council's aware, that's typically been on a 5-year lease. It's $1 a year. Maybe the last couple times it's been a little awkward, I'll say, between the agencies, $1 a year. It's getting to be pretty valuable real estate, although on the other hand, the county or the city has invested millions of dollars literally in that site to develop those ball fields. It was sagebrush before it was ball fields. So both the county has ownership of the land, the city has a huge investment in that parcel. So that's another big piece. And what council had directed staff at the retreat was we need to be working towards long-term security for those ball fields, rather, because they play such an integral role in our community. Those more than every 5-year lease with an option to extend. So those are the pieces. Tomorrow, the Franklin County Commissioners will be considering the same agreement. It's on their agenda. And if it passes here tonight and passes across the street tomorrow, we will have some time to negotiate all these issues, A through I, in the resolution, and probably more. And staff's recommendation is the council approve the agreement. I guess one other piece probably worth mentioning is that it keeps the original ILA status quo in terms of the subsidy share and operation responsibilities, things like that.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Do you have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the fact that it's a little aggravating. We're doing a third extension in over the last, I think, 18 months or so. However, I am pleased with the leadership changes at Franklin County, and specifically Mr. Dansel, their new county administrator, and have been able to talk with him about this. I've talked with Mr. Zabel about this, as well as one of the commissioners, and I think extending this one more time is what's in the best interest for the residents of Pasco and Franklin County for the long term. And so I don't want to say I'm happy to extend, because I would hope that we'd be further along, but I think we're making good progress.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I agree with a lot of the same sentiment from Councilmember Harpster, but I'll say this. I think my plan on behalf of the committee is this is the last one. I don't care if we're here on Christmas Eve, but before the end of the year, this needs to get done. And we're working diligently with our counterparts across the street, but I do intend on seeing this being the last extension. I like the conversations that I've had, that the committee's had, and I think we're getting there. And I think from here on out, we're gonna see something come together here shortly and here in the near term. So don't get me wrong, I share the same frustrations, but negotiations sometimes take time, and I think with some of the changes that we've seen there over at the county at the courthouse, they've been good. Again, the conversations have been great, and so this is on the list to get done for the end of the year. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Ms. Prowse.
This is a question more for staff, and I'm looking at Ms. Sigdell. We've extended this a couple times. Is there any accountability to the individuals managing this organization as far as the accounting, as far as the reporting, so that we can finally come to a final last interlocal agreement to where we don't have to depend on extensions?
In terms of accounting and some of the financial concerns that you're stating, we are working with the new leadership in county and have received some much more detailed information than we have in recent past. And it is definitely an item that is addressed as a point of discussion and clarification for the new ILA, so that we are not in the same position that we have been in the last 5-6 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grimm, do you have anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for asking.
Not a problem. Thank you. With that, do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move to approve joint resolution number 4604, modifying the interlocal cooperation agreement between the City of Pasco and Franklin County, Washington regarding the financing, acquisition, and ownership of a multi-purpose arena and exposition facility, the Hapo Center.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Grimm?
Oh, I said aye.
Sorry, didn't catch you. Thank you for clarifying. Sounds like that passes unanimously, Ms. Clerk. So, just one quick question on that staff. Will you be able to either transmit something signed or some confirmation that we passed this, just as a heads up ahead of their meeting tomorrow morning?
I was planning on sending county administrator an email tonight. So.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know you're working long hours, but it's always good to give them a heads up before they take action or don't.
I was going to do it during the meeting, but
perfect. I wasn't going to call you out there. I was just going to give you kudos for long hours. With that, we're going to roll on to item number 6, which is adjournment of the special meeting. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco City Council regular meeting of this Monday, June 2nd, 2025. Hard to believe we're already in June, but here we are. The city welcomes you and thanks you for your attendance. At regular meetings, the City Council takes action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. For anyone following along, agenda packets are available either here on the small table in the back immediately to the right under the sign that says conveniently agendas. If you're online, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda is where you can find it. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 in Pasco and Richland via Spectrum Cable, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting is available on the city's website. The public may submit comments or ask questions by contacting city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app, and of course during our comment period tonight. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll read in the roll.
Thank you. Council members Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell.
Present.
Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Perales.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. With that, I'll move us along to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. We have a handful of items. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council or enacted by a singular vote, by a singular motion. There will be no separate discussion of any of these items unless one of the council members asks for removal and further discussion. Then it would be removed to a later portion of the meeting via the regular agenda. So with that, item A is approval of meeting minutes for May 19th and May 27th, 2025. Item B is bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $4,387,389.29. And item C is resolution number 7605, the 2025 to 2029 Tri-Cities Home Consortium Assessment for fair housing. With that, do we have anyone seeking to remove any of these items? Hearing none, Mr. Milne, can we get a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne and second by Ms. Blaisdell. Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we'll move on to item number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. They're not listed. Moving along to item number 6, we have public comments. Now, this is the opportunity for the public to address council on items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. And we have one of those listed in item in section 8 So as long as you're speaking on something not addressing that item 8, you may address us at the podium. This is the opportunity for folks to bring items to the council, to our attention. Excuse me, to provide your opinion on an issue. It's not an opportunity to provide for debate or expecting some sort of immediate response either from staff or from council, as some questions do require deliberative information and further consideration. We do appreciate your participation. Comments are limited to 3 minutes, as you'll see by the clock that's running to my right. As you approach the podium, it'll be to your left. And those with lengthy messages are requested they summarize them, and then you're always welcome to submit further comment, again, as I mentioned, via the Ask Pasco app, city manager, city clerk, or if you have handouts, you can hand them to the lovely city clerk, who will then pass them down to us. When you approach the podium, if you can provide us your name and your county of residence, that'd be great. So with that, I'll make a couple of calls. This is the first call for public comment. Go ahead. And if you can push down on the mic, there should be like a little mouth button. There you go. You're on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Marcel Brown. I'm coming to address the council about a cell phone tower that they want to put in my front yard. I live on Riverview Drive. I've been there for 25 years. I have grandkids that are growing up. It's radiation, property value, and a whole bunch of other things.